Hi, everyone. Well, thank you so much for being here so early. It's not that early, but it's a little bit early. And so we're going to start the first of our three panels of the day on Lost and Found, Histories of Caribbean Art and Artists. And we'll start with my colleague at NYU, Meredith Martin, followed by Justin Brown from Boston College and Denise Morrell. So as we explained yesterday, because all of the biographies are in the program, we're not, explaining like the great achievements of everyone, but yeah, we'll go directly to the presentation. Thank you so much, Meredith.
So thank you both and everyone for including me in this really exciting, this really important event. And thank you for being here this morning, which, yeah, is not early at all for me, but maybe early for others. Okay. So as the program mentions, I am a historian of early modern French art and empire. And I'm aware that my presentation might be a bit too much focused on European art as opposed to Caribbean art, given the title of this panel, but hopefully you'll still find it interesting and relevant, and that will become clear to you as I go on. In my work, I also write about and I collaborate fairly frequently with contemporary artists who engage with the past and attempt to make it relevant and meaningful for the present. And this is just one example of a collaboration that I worked on with the Haitian video artist Maxence Denis, and I'll talk about this a bit later on. But first, I want to tell you about a multimedia project that I've been involved in for the past few years, which is called Colonial Networks, Remapping the Paris Art World in Haiti, Saint-Domingue. And so my principal collaborator for this project is the London-based art historian Hannah Williams, so you should think of her as a kind of co-presenter. The project has taken on many different forms, and you'll hear about some of them today. And several are featured on our website, which I'm plugging here. And we do publish the work of other scholars, and we're always looking for, there's a couple of writers in the room who've contributed to our site, and we're always looking for more. So talk to me after if you're interested. And in a very broad sense, I would say that this project examines deep and largely unknown connections between Haiti, the French colony of Saint-Domingue, and the Paris art world during the late 18th and early 19th centuries. And it also explores Black life, creativity, and resistance in Haiti, Saint-Domingue. So Hannah and I started our collaboration after coming across colonial property maps of Saint-Domingue from the 1780s. And these are just two examples by the French cartographer René Philippot, and some of his works are actually in the Harvard collections. So the one on the left depicts the area around the northern town of Cap Français, now Cap Haitien, where many of the colony's oldest sugar plantations were located. And the one on the right shows the area around the southern town of Les Quais, which expanded really rapidly in terms of plantation development after the 7 Years' War. The land here, as you can see, is parceled into plantations that are inscribed with the names of their owners, many of whom lived in Paris and managed them from afar. So maps like these represented a way to show off one's claim to possessing this land and its enslaved workforce to Parisian audiences. And you can actually see that they're surrounded by a kind of trompe-l'oeil frame, which suggests that they could have been hung on the wall of a Parisian townhouse, like you see in this portrait of the Comte de Vaudreuil, to whom this map on the left was actually dedicated. So he had been born in Saint-Domingue because his father was the governor of the colony, but by the time this map on the left was made, he was living in Paris, and he was one of the most prolific and celebrated art collectors of his day. And in this portrait, which was made a few decades earlier, just after he'd arrived in Paris as a teenager, you can see him pointing to a map of Saint-Domingue, which was not only his birthplace, but also the source of his wealth, deriving from his family's many sugar plantations. So when Hannah and I started taking a closer look at these maps, we were startled to see that the names inscribed on them read like a who's who of the Paris art world, with many prominent collectors, patrons, and even artists and architects represented. Among them, the Parisian architect Charles de Vailly, the architect of the Odeon, which was the Comédie Française, and also the painter Géricault, whose family owned a tobacco plantation that is noted on this property map. You can see in this detail plantations belonging to Vaudreuil, which I've circled at the bottom right, but also the Comte de Vergennes, a noted art collector who served as France's foreign minister and the ambassador to the Ottoman Empire. You can see him here on the right in full Turquerie attire. There are also several plantations noted that belong to members of the Choiseul family, like this one. They were property owners, but also colonial administrators, and their most best-known representative, I guess, is the Duc de Choiseul, who owned this famous snuff box depicting his Parisian mansion and art collection that was recently acquired by the Louvre for almost 4 million livres. And lastly, you can see here at the top right the map of this map, the Breda plantation, where Toussaint Louverture was born. We'll come back to that in a minute. So although Hannah and I were both vaguely aware of the fact that profits from plantations, from enslaved labor and colonial commerce had fueled the production and consumption of art in Paris, these maps made these connections really visceral and really quite explicit. So we wanted to go deeper and explore the many different multi-layered stories that they tell, as well as the things that they erase or leave out. So when we started, and even now, I would say that there's really not a lot of information about these very deep financial, social, and material entanglements between art and enslavement in the French context. There's nothing like the legacies of British slave ownership, for instance. And in a related article, I've explored the kind of silence around these connections with regards to this object in particular, to the Choiseul snuff box, and the kind of PR campaign and the book that the Louvre published, which spends 300 pages describing this book and describing this box and never mentions the multiple colonial connections that you see, the money that fueled that led to the acquiring of this art collection, the gold, extracted by enslaved African and Amerindian laborers in South America, the tobacco, the cochineal, the indigo that was used to dye the fabrics that you see. I mean, it's all over the place, and it's nowhere in these 300 pages. So if you want to, I'm not going to talk about that today, but if you want to hear more, I have a talk on YouTube that's about it. So one thing that Hannah and I started to do in our research was to track the art collections that were assembled by these plantation owners, including their current whereabouts in museums and private collections, and we've launched several collaborations with museums as a result. So for one example, we made a film with the National Gallery in London that focused on the portrait of the Comte de Vaudreuil, which is in their collection, but they also have several other artworks that he formerly owned, including this painting by Poussin. And in this film, we collaborated with a young poet and performance artist named Madeleine Lessen, who's actually a descendant of an enslaved woman named Charlotte who lived on Vaudreuil's plantation. So part of the opportunity, but also the challenge, is to figure out the preferred format for telling these stories. For the National Gallery, it was a film, but we're also creating a digital gallery trail for the Wallace Collection in London, and we're proposing a digital, like a Bloomberg Connects audio guide for the Met, working alongside European paintings curator David Pullins. So although the National Gallery did rewrite their wall label for this Vaudreuil portrait after we made our film, in general, these interventions have not happened in the space of the gallery, in part because in many instances, the connections that these artworks have to slavery and colonialism are not immediately visible in their form or their subject matter. So, for example, here are just some of the many paintings that were once owned by the Comte de Vaudreuil that are in the Louvre's collection. There's actually a lot more than this. Many of them are hanging in the Dutch and Flemish galleries, but there's no reference to these connections. And if you look at them, in fact, there's only one. It's a 17th century painting of tobacco smokers by the artist, the French painter Louis Lenain, that represents a black, probably enslaved subject, along with the colonial product of tobacco. And here's just a closer image of that painting. But even here, this painting itself was made at least a century before the Comte de Vaudreuil acquired it. So within the constraints of a 100-word wall label, does it even make sense to add this provenance when there's all of these other kinds of things that museum curators need to add in this very small amount of text? And then what do we do with all of these other artworks for which there's no obvious visible link? Of course, the Louvre is not returning our calls. They are not seemingly not interested, unlike the Met and the National Gallery, and not so interested in bringing these connections to light, or at least collaborating with us. But there are many other museums who are currently grappling with these connections, and one of them is the Rijksmuseum, and they've come up with kind of interesting solutions in terms of dual wall labels and things like that. So one offshoot of our Colonial Networks project engages directly with this issue, and it's meant to serve as a resource for scholars and museum educators. It's called Provenance Stories, and it's going to trace the ownership of paintings in various museum collections, like the Met, the Wallace, and the Louvre, and it'll highlight in particular collectors with colonial ties like Vaudreuil or Choiseul. So we hope to launch the site this summer, but here's just a few screenshots showing some of the stories that we've traced so far, which will include the kind of standard list of provenance history, which sometimes people don't really quite know how to interpret it or what it means. But so then it will also expand and flesh out different episodes in the lives of these artworks and their ties to colonialism and enslavement at the level of ownership, materials, style, and subject matter. And in doing this research, Hannah and I came to the realization that, in fact, these colonial connections were more visible than we had initially assumed. And just to give one example, this is one of our case studies. It's a painting at the Met that depicts the triumph of the Roman Emperor Aemilius Paulus, and it was once owned by Jean-Joseph de Laborde, another major Parisian art collector who was one of the largest landowners in Saint-Domingue, and who was responsible for trafficking more than 10,000 enslaved Africans to the colony. And his family also received the highest payout during the 1825 Haitian indemnities. So the image depicts an actual event after this emperor conquered Macedon in 168 BC and returned to Rome to parade triumphantly through the streets with thousands of enslaved captives. And in the image, the artist, Carl Vernet, really took pains to emphasize the theme of enslavement, as critics at the Paris Salon noted at the time, by including statues and monuments representing enslaved captives that hadn't yet been built when this historical event took place. So this painting helped us understand that art collectors like Laborde admired images of classical antiquity and neoclassical art more generally, in part because they saw in the ancient slaveholding societies of Greece and Rome a model and a justification for their own practices. And so this is another parallel project we're pursuing, which is to rethink or re-envision French neoclassicism along these lines. So how's all this relevant to the Van Leve exhibition and to this workshop? So if you go back to a detail of one of the property maps I showed you a few minutes ago, showing the area around Les Quais in the south of Haiti, you'll see the names of several plantation owners who were also art world figures. So the large circle depicts the several contiguous plantations that were acquired by Laborde, the owner of that Met painting, who sent his son, Laborde de Meriville, to Saint-Domingue to live there for several years and to manage these properties during the 1780s. And upon his return, he used the profits from these plantations to acquire the very celebrated Orléans art collection, and then he later flipped it on the London art market to make an even bigger profit. So this painting by Poussin, which is now in the collection of the Harvard Art Museums, was one of the works that Laborde de Meriville acquired. And Harvard also has many other artworks that are tied to plantation owners with properties right next to Laborde. And two of them that I've circled, it's the Journoux family from Laborde, and then also the father of the artist Audubon, which is represented as Audubon here. So these two properties, you can see them in the circles, and then in terms of the artworks, some of them that are in the Harvard's collection are here. And then this is the portrait of Journoux, the owner of one of those plantations. Harvard has hundreds of works by Audubon, but here is one of them. And then there's also a Dutch cityscape in the museum's collection that was formerly owned by the Duc de Choiseul. So one question to ask is, what to do with all of this information? Would these very disparate works even make sense to have them together in a gallery, even in an article? Are they relevant at all to the themes and the aims of this exhibition, and if so, how? So I think it's kind of fairly easy to see the connection with Audubon's work, particularly his depictions of natural environments and bird species native to the Caribbean. And perhaps it's also easy to see in this portrait of the enslaver and sugar refiner Journoux, who wears a lavish robe that was likely dyed with colonial indigo, and gestures to coral and other objects in his curiosity cabinet that were extracted from colonial territories and that traveled to France on his slave ships. The relevance of Poussin, on the other hand, might not be immediately apparent. And it's true that Laborde de Meriville acquired this painting well over a century after it was made. But it's interesting to note that Poussin originally painted this work for his artist friend Jacques Stella, And both of these artists made a lot of works for Cardinal Richelieu, who was instrumental in early French colonization efforts in the Americas, notably in the colonization of Martinique and Guadeloupe in 1635. And 2 years after these colonies were acquired, Stella painted this work on the right that depicts France's King Louis XIII in the guise of Titus, another Roman emperor famous for enslaving thousands of captives, together with Richelieu, who's wearing a kind of red toga, liberally dispensing gifts to Roman citizens. And it's probably a stretch, but I can't help but think of the many concessions of land and of noble titles that Richelieu was liberally dispensing to French citizens in this period to encourage them to settle and invest in Martinique. A propaganda campaign that was also fueled by descriptions of these colonial territories as lush, Edenic spaces that resembled the verdant landscapes of Poussin. And the art historian Sarah Mallory, who did her PhD here, has compellingly shown how these kinds of Ovidian landscape paintings helped construct a colonial imaginary for the Dutch, but in the Dutch context in this period, and so I wonder if it was connected to the kind of construction of the French colonial imaginary as well. So I only have a few minutes left, but I want to speak briefly about another component of our project that also connects with the exhibition. So in addition to using these property maps to unsettle or to reorient standard views of French art, we also want to turn these maps with their centering of white colonizers and their claims of ownership against themselves and to highlight instead stories of Black life, creativity, and resistance, both in colonial Saint-Domingue and in Haiti up through the reign of Henri Christophe. So to this end, we're creating a critical countermap of Saint-Domingue that we hope to have up on our site by the end of this year. And we've collaborated with the Haitian video artist Mac Saint-Denis to create a digital animation for the landing page of this project that will hopefully convey visually what we're trying to do. So here's a still image from Maxen's animation, and hopefully you can see underneath a kind of palimpsest of the Cap Français property map. And the idea is to kind of explode or to erase the claims that this colonial map is trying to make and to allow a new set of histories, voices to come to the fore. And I'm going to try to show you, because it's only 12 seconds, the animation itself. Let's see if I can do that. Yeah. It's still also kind of in beta form, but you can get a sense. So yeah, hopefully you get the idea. This was inspired by his own kind of deep historical research, and he also did his own kind of side collaborations with artists like Raphael Barantini, who gave him permission to reproduce his incredible image of Cécile Fatiment from his Palais de Tokyo show. So this project was inspired in part by a project that we had heard about of Maxen's from 2020, where he projected images related to Haitian history and resistance on the walls of Henri Christophe's palace of Sanssouci near Cap-Haïtien. So for the entire countermapping project, and not just its landing page, we hope to draw upon the work of modern and contemporary Haitian and Caribbean diasporic artists to help reimagine historic individuals and events for which there's no surviving visual trace. And so, for instance, rather than focusing on the Choiseul family's purported ownership of this space, we would show instead, or visualize instead, how it served as the site of the famous Bois Quémant ceremony from 1791 that precipitated the Haitian Revolution, and that's depicted in this painting by the Haitian artist Jacques Richard Chéry. Or we'll focus on revolutionary events like the Battle of Vertières, as well as Black freedom fighters like Toussaint Louverture, both of which are visualized in these contemporary historical murals by Raphael Barantini for the installation that he did at the Paris Panthéon in 2023. For his work that will appear in the Volnevea exhibition, Raphael has adapted an image of Louverture from his Panthéon show. So the earlier version was here, and he's kind of adapted it here. And now it's taken the form of a tapestry that is digitally printed by the AUBURN manufactory. So I spoke to Raphael a bit about his work last week, and he said that he really wanted to and liked playing with the historical associations with French royal power that are conjured by the AUBURN factory and also by the tapestry medium, associations that are also present in the iconography. So the body of Louverture and the horse are taken from a photograph of an equestrian monument to Louis XIV at Versailles that was itself kind of recast in the 19th century, and then there's also this statuette that is now in the Harvard's collection. So it kind of was its own remediation that then he's now bringing into being in a new medium. The face, however, of Toussaint Louverture is taken from a late 19th century photograph of an enslaved man in the Congo, and the hat is an image of Napoleon's hat that Raphael lifted from an auction website. So he's scrambling here and remixing the codes of royal power, which is a very kind of characteristic aspect of his work, but he's also suggesting the endless remediations and reverberations of colonial domination and the way that its legacies echo and recur in different historical eras and even into our own present moment. And at the same time, his deliberately disjointed patchwork construction suggests that perhaps a new kind of body that resists historical erasure and that offers new possibilities for repair and resilience. So contemporary artists, as we all know, can help us rewrite the past and envision new futures, but their creations are also deeply animated and enriched by their dialogue with historical artworks. And so I think, like in our final workshop panel for today, maybe it's worth discussing ways to amplify this mutually generative dialogue, either here at Harvard or beyond. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Meredith. So we're continuing with Justin Brown from Boston College, presenting on Afro-Indigenous constellations in the Guianas.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So this talk doesn't really have a conclusion. It's more an accumulation of thoughts. So I'm hoping that later on, and when we have a conversation, that we can maybe find ways to kind of bring these things together. But I want us to begin right now on April 6th of this year. 6 days into the first crewed journey around the moon in over half a century. This is when the astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft passed behind the far side of the moon and captured the now famous Earthset photograph, which is pictured here. In the foreground, we see craters measuring miles wide that appear to be mere dimples on the surface of the moon. In the distance, Earth appears as a bright blue crescent sinking below the horizon into total blackness. So if you're anything like me and you grew up as a space nerd, then this was a very, very big deal. I was overjoyed. So I kept coming back to this image for days, actually really weeks. And what struck me most was the fact that it was taken by a person who traveled farther from Earth than anyone ever before. I imagine there must be something quietly disorienting about seeing everything you know compressed into a sliver of light that way. And I wondered what it might mean to contemplate your place in all of that. It felt like a question unique to our present moment, but the more I sat with it, the more I realized that people have always grappled with this question. This is a carved calabash made by an enslaved person 200 years ago. Just over 8 inches in diameter, it's an object that can be held in both hands. Yet its scale is deceptive. As I see it, the person who made it thought through the same question the Earthset photograph raised for me. How do you make sense of your place in a universe that is larger than you can fully comprehend? Admittedly, little is known about this calabash. A small handwritten label adhered to the inside offers some clarity, including its provenance. Part of it reads, Negro, Suriname, gift of the missionary Bomer, 1831. At the same time, the label raises some questions. Who wrote it? When? And with what authority? This is a familiar problem. Taking seriously the premise that Black people in the Americas deserve sustained scholarly attention as thinkers and makers demands methods that can work around such silences or such gaps. I propose that this calabash offers a generative starting place. Its outer surface is carved with figurative and geometric designs, a meandering horizontal line, which we see right over here. This line divides the composition into 2 distinct registers. Above it, a fish-tailed figure swim in an underwater realm over here on this side, which you can't fully see right now. And then below, on the bottom side, we see human figures standing in a terrestrial realm. Suspended just beneath the dividing line is another fish-tailed figure, a single figure, the only one that appears in the bottom half we see, kind of floating right over here. This detail, I believe, reveals something important. It suggests the boundary between these worlds is not absolute, but instead, this line more likely marks a threshold where the human and the non-human meet. Viewed this way, the calabash gives direct insight into a cosmological vision. But I also want to argue something more, that the decision to use a calabash to express this vision matters. We find evidence that indigenous peoples in Suriname, Kalina, Wayana, and other Carib groups also use calabashes for related purposes. And this shared history of use can tell us about cross-cultural encounters in the region at the level of both practice and thought. These encounters produce something entirely new, and this calabash, I argue, offers a way to recover that history. So before really going into the meat of the talk, allow me to clarify what I mean by the term calabash, because it often causes some confusion. So the way I use it refers to the spherical fruit of the tree Crescentia cujiti, which is pictured here. That's its scientific name. This is a fruit that is native to the tropical Americas. The calabash is prized for its wooden shell it produces when it dries. So imagine this green shell completely dried out. It turns into a kind of light brown surface that can be easily manipulated, carved into. But it also provides a very durable kind of material for using for a variety of purposes. It has a long history of use among the indigenous peoples of Central and South America, as well as the Caribbean, who have long used it for making things like containers, cups, bowls, spoons, things of that nature. In addition to its practical uses, though, the calabash has long served as a medium for artistic expression. Some of the earliest evidence comes from 17th century accounts of the Kalinago, or the island Caribs of the Windward Islands in the Caribbean. In a 1674 publication, a French Jesuit who had traveled to the West Indies included an illustration of a calabash bowl with designs on its surface. That's this image I'm showing you here. The bowl, which is pictured here on the top, features rectilinear patterns that resemble motifs typically found on pre-colonial ceramics. So I was actually glad to see that there is one example being included in the forthcoming exhibition, which I think offers an illustrative comparison. So kind of hard to read right here, but you can kind of get a sense of these rectilinear kind of meander patterns on the outside. So the idea is that they kind of evoke the line work that we see in a lot of the indigenous ceramics designs that even go as far back as the pre-colonial period based on the archaeological record. What we see, however, is that the engraver of this particular image also took a little bit of some creative liberties, let's say. There is in between all these different rectilinear patterns, some kind of Baroque scroll patterns that suggest that there was something else being added onto it, but I won't elaborate too much on this one right now. Now, this artistic tradition was not restricted to the islands. In the 18th century, workshops dedicated to the production of painted calabashes appeared along the lower Amazon River as well, and specifically in the Brazilian villages of Monte Alegre and Santarém. The image on the right here shows the interior of one of these workshops as it would have appeared in the 1780s. And extant examples, including the image you see here on the left, give us a sense of what these calabashes looked like. Here we see an elongated branches with leaves stemming from a scallop design around the rim, white flowers containing these hexafoil designs positioned at 4 cardinal points, and these ovoid designs that are painted in pairs of red and yellow with double black lines. And it's all placed onto this black surface, which is most likely made using something like soot or kind of tree resin, which kind of helps to blacken the surface. Now, Suriname's location between the Caribbean and the Amazon made it a hub of interregional exchange, and calabash arts flourished here as a result. And so this is just a schematic map that I've created to kind of indicate the different places where I found both material but also written documentary references to calabash arts in the region. So the stars are marking all the different locations where we find different objects, And then the lines are indicating the possible kind of trajectory of different exchange routes that were created in the pre-colonial period and kind of continued thereafter as well. As early as 1718, we find evidence from Dutch accounts in Suriname that noted that the Kalina, or the mainland Caribs of Suriname, prepared calabashes by, as one account writes, quote, cutting the middle into two bowls, which they deftly paint and use to drink from. Later accounts, including a book published in 1770, likewise observed that, quote, they have certain kinds of cups or spoons made from the bark or shell of the calabash fruit, which they cut and very neatly varnish. And on it they carved the nicest figures of flowers and all kinds of impressions. And so we can look to the material record to see that these excellent examples actually corroborate these written observations. So this one here is providing some evidence of that. This is a calabash that was collected in the late 18th century, likely originating from a Wayana settlement along the Marawaina, or the Moroni River, on the eastern border between Suriname and French Guiana. So you can see the calabash features a blackened surface, likely achieved by applying soot and decorated with incised designs. The designs consist of these kind of medallions around the outside that are arranged around this, these concentric circles in the center, which all frame this hexafoil right here in the center. And so this is something I want us to pay attention to, because I'll come back to that in a moment. This body of evidence, both the historical written accounts and the material evidence provided by objects like this, indicates that calabash arts likely developed through sustained contact between island and mainland groups. And recent scholarship on pre-colonial polychrome pottery, try saying that 5 times fast, has traced long-standing intercultural exchange networks between the Caribbean and the Amazon through stylistic homogeneity. I believe that calabash art circulated through these exchange systems as well. The transfer of both tangible and intangible resources can explain similarities in things like techniques, materials, and design elements like this hexafoil motif. This historical overview provides important context for understanding the parallel practice developed by enslaved people of African descent in Suriname. Within this broader artistic tradition, they encountered a rich and varied calabash culture. Yet over time, they made the medium their own. So let us return now to this calabash here. A meandering horizontal line bisects the composition into 2 registers, each further subdivided into 2 quadrants, kind of creating this mandorla or almond frame that you see here in the center is kind of creating the division between what I'm calling distinct quadrants on both the top and the bottom. The upper register depicts 2 figures with human torsos and fishtails swimming in an aquatic realm. Between them stands a bird enclosed in this almond-shaped frame. The lower register presents a terrestrial counterpoint. It too is divided into 2 quadrants, each containing a pair of human figures. The scenes on the bottom mirror one another, though with subtle variations. At the center, a bird in a mandorla appears an inverse reflection of the bird depicted above. And suspended just below the dividing line, as I mentioned earlier, is a single fish-tailed figure. Again, that detail is down here. So what does this composition tell us? The label offers a potential clue, so we'll come back to that now. It names the subject matter as a water spirit called Watramama, or Mother of Waters. Although the authorship of the label remains dubious, historical accounts give us reason to take this identification seriously. They describe this spirit, Watramama, as a formidable power, a creature that was said to inhabit the region's rivers, and who punished those who failed to fulfill their ritual obligations. And as you'll notice, the label itself is actually written in German rather than Dutch. I'd be happy to talk about that later. Viewed in this light, the calabash maps the relationship between distinct but interconnected realms. Above the dividing line, Watramama and her kind inhabit an aquatic spirit world, and below it, human figures occupy the terrestrial realm. Yet the single fish-tailed figure suspended just beneath the dividing line suggests the boundary remains open. In other words, the calabash documents a cosmology. And by cosmology, I mean a structured understanding of the universe, the forces that animate it, the relationships that hold it together, and the place that human beings occupy within it. For many of us, the word cosmology tends to call to mind scientific models, from planets orbiting stars to galaxies and the gravitational clusters they form. But this is only one way of conceptualizing the universe among many. Across different intellectual traditions, humans have developed their own answers to the question of where they stand in relation to everything else in the universe. The calabash at the center of my paper is one such answer. So I want to come back for a second to talking a bit more about the indigenous context so we can kind of see where the parallels are coming into play. There's evidence to believe that indigenous peoples in the region also used the calabash to think through the same questions. The Wayana calabash I discussed earlier offers some evidence. As I mentioned, it's varnished black on the outside, engraved with these medallion and geometric designs, all arranged in this concentric composition that's centered on this hexafoil. It's my contention that this composition reflects the Carib cosmological vision. An important clue is that written early sources describe celestial bodies as central to Carib religious life. One account from 1718 noted the Caribs of Suriname recognized the sun, the moon, and the stars as their highest gods. Decades later, another observer remarked that they showed reverence for the sun and moon and had a basic knowledge of the movement of stars. Now, these colonial accounts, of course, we can take with a grain of salt. They tend to sensationalize, as I think many of you are familiar with. But I think there is some accuracy in what they're actually reporting on. So we can kind of turn to modern ethnographic accounts to find further context to support this. These modern accounts suggest that astronomical observations remain central to Wayana culture across time. According to these accounts, the Wayana understand their cosmos as represented in the shape of the roundhouse, which is the ritual and symbolic center of the Wayana village. And I'm showing you one scholar's model of a roundhouse here on the left. A vertical post at its center represents the axis mundi, the center of the world, connecting earth, heaven, and the underworld, as you see, kind of positioned right here in the center. The ceiling of the roundhouse becomes, in this framework, a model of the celestial vault. Constellations and star clusters carry universal significance in this tradition. They mark the passage of seasons and anchor a cycle of ritual life. And so the image on the right here is another scholar's representation of the way that the Wayana kind of conceptualize or think about the position of various star clusters and constellations as a way to kind of mark their calendar, but also their ritual cycle. Although we should take caution about projecting modern observations too far back in time, historical sources suggest continuity of ideas. In the 19th century, a French traveler recorded receiving a calabash filled with kashiri. Kashiri is a fermented beverage made from cassava. And he received this calabash during his visit to a Wayana village. The accompanying image that I'm showing you here shows a man drinking from the calabash directly beneath the vertical post of the roundhouse. Now, while the text offers no indication about surface decoration, other sources suggest that decorated calabash bowls function as ceremonial objects, their use tied to specific social and ritual cycles involving the communal consumption of this beverage, kashiri. The village chief, who stands to the left here holding a long spear, may have understood the sharing of the beverage as a ritual act intended to forge a social bond with this outsider. The use of a calabash as the chosen vessel points to its ceremonial role in Wayana culture. That the ritual took place directly beneath the vertical post, the axis mundi, so to speak, suggests that the sharing of kashiri was understood as an act performed at the center of the world. Now, this cosmological model may help explain the compositional strategy of the calabash that we have been examining, this one here. Its hemispherical shape evokes the dome of the roundhouse. So what we're actually looking at is a bowl, the outside of the bowl. It's kind of convex surface. The concentric composition centers on a hexafoil which may mark the position of the axis mundi, the point around which the cosmos turns. It is, in other words, a microcosm of the Wayana universe. Although distinct in their cosmological models, both traditions, the indigenous and Afro-Surinamese traditions, found in the calabash an apt medium for thinking through the structure of the universe. One envisions a celestial vault anchored by a central axis, the Wayana calabash here on the left, while the other imagines a bipartite world divided between human and spirit realms, the Afro-Surinamese calabash on the left. That they nonetheless arrived at something similar reflects a history of encounter and exchange that only these objects themselves can really speak to directly. Now, I just want to kind of introduce another example just to kind of emphasize the point I've been making. This third calabash, which I'm showing here in two separate images from two angles, is worth pausing on for a moment. At its center, the kind of top part here, we see a single bird straddling the central axis of symmetry, which we could kind of draw directly down here from the stem to the bottom part of the calabash. The bird sits perched upon two trees and carries a key in its beak. On either side of it are these two hourglass shapes, referring to these two objects here. And then on below is a fence with a gate framed by two long posts, which you get a better sense of in the right image. Flanking the composition on both sides are these two hexafoils, the same motif that appears on the Wayana calabash discussed previously. Yet here, this motif appears within this bipartite framework, the one used by Afro-Surinamese people, suggesting that that shared symbols were actively reinterpreted across cultures. So even though both of these cultures are using the hexafoil symbol as this kind of cosmological motif, we're seeing it employed differently to serve their different visions of what the cosmos looks like. So all this returns me back to the Earthsat photograph I opened with. Looking at it now, I am struck by the same question that opened this talk. How do you make sense of your place in a universe that is larger than you can fully comprehend? As I mentioned at the start, people have always found ways to answer this question. The calabashes we've been looking at are one answer. Reading these objects carefully has allowed us to recover a cosmological vision, or two cosmological visions really, and to glimpse a history of encounter that the written record alone cannot fully capture. So the idea being that these objects themselves provide our most direct and most powerful testimony of this tradition. So by way of conclusion, as I mentioned, I don't really have a conclusion here, but I wanted to kind of raise this as a provocation. It's worth noting that the Guyana Space Center, from which the European Space Agency launches its missions into orbit, is located in French Guiana, just across the border from Suriname. The same corner of the world where these enslaved people of African descent and indigenous peoples once carved their understanding of the cosmos into calabash shells is now today one of the world's principal sites for space exploration. And so, yeah, I look forward to hearing your thoughts and comments about this material. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. And now we're moving to our last presentation of this first panel with Dennis Merrill from the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
Oops. Oh, okay, good. Back. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thanks so much to Claire and Celeste and Cecile for inviting me to participate in this symposium today. And I would like to speak with you about my efforts to locate and display works by artists of French Caribbean heritage in two recent exhibitions, including the Harlem Renaissance and Transatlantic Modernism at the Met a couple of years ago, 2024, and a small focus show currently at the Baltimore Museum of Art, Matisse and Martinique, Portraits and Poetry. And when I talk about these artists, I think of them in terms of early 20th century modernist, pre-1960, an area of artistic production that is, I think, beginning to get more extensive scholarly treatment than it has in the past. And one of the questions that really comes up is, to what extent can we apply the term modern art or modernist art to images like the ones I have on the screen today? And I suggest, and these are portrait paintings by Germaine Casse, who was an artist of French, Senegalese, and Guadeloupean heritage. And obviously, they manifest a visual vocabulary of academic tradition, of naturalistic realism, which was seemingly rejected by many Black artists and writers of the time. This is the 1920s, and especially the mid-century period after. Alain Locke, in particular, in his influential New Negro text of 1925, which exhorted African American artists to embrace the ancestral legacy of African art, as well as the non-naturalistic strategies of European modernism. But as I developed the Harlem Renaissance exhibition, I realized that this interwar period, the 1920s through the 40s, was one of the first moments in Western art history, or specifically American art history, when we see an extensive body of portraits depicting the Black subject by Black or Afro-descended artists. If you think about the artistic, to the extent, the relatively few artists of African descent who were active visibly in preceding generations, the 19th century, were primarily landscape painters. There was no institutional or private or any other interest in placing the Black body, the Black figure, in the space of the so-called fine art of portrait painting. So, and I think that even as we go back and look at Locke, a lot of the reading of Alain Locke is based on that 1925 tract, in the New Negro, the ancestral legacy of African art. But Locke's own views evolved over time. If you look at his work in the 1930s, when he began working he was a curatorial advisor, including at the Baltimore Museum, one of the first exhibitions of African American art, he pointed out that depicting Black subjects in portrait painting was itself inherently modern, regardless of the artist's stylistic choices. And later generations of scholars, Larry Sims, for example, advanced the idea or articulated the idea of asymmetrical modernism. It's this idea that we have to reject the notion of any kind of universal timetable in terms of what advanced art or modernist art should be doing, and make space, acknowledge the reality that cultures will decide based on their own set of socioeconomic, political conditions what is important for them at any given time. And it's not for external scholars or historians to somehow say that, well, this is not really, this is old-fashioned, this is modern. So it is in that context that I believe that works like these portraits by Germaine Casse and others, a number of artists in the Harlem Renaissance exhibition, can be considered to be modern, not just modern, but modernist art. And so I'm going to focus today on a couple of the artists of French-speaking Caribbean heritage. Germaine Casse, whose work I'm showing here, as well as building on some of what Joshua spoke about yesterday, Serge Elenon. And what I want to acknowledge is that it was due to the in-depth work of scholars and colleagues like Josh that I learned a great deal about these artists. I wouldn't describe myself as a specialist on Caribbean art. I'm working with early 20th century modernism from the Harlem Renaissance and the School of Paris, and looking at international, cross-sectional relationships. So I wanted to, as we look here at these portraits of Casse in her, described as being in her residence, and they, like the portraits that I've just shown you, exist today primarily in digital images. We haven't been able to find original prints of photographs like this, just as we haven't found many of the portrait paintings. But I want to think about the fact that Casse's artistic milieu was decidedly transatlantic, and she featured quite prominently in some of these interchanges. The short-lived Revue du Monde Noir, edited by the Nardal sisters of Martinican heritage, featured writers from across the diaspora, was published in both French and English. And here we see the African-American poet, writer, Claude Mackay, together with French writers and others from across the diaspora. And likewise, the Afro-American, one of the black newspapers widely read by the black community during this period of often strict segregation. Baltimore was certainly considered to be south of the Mason-Dixon line, and there were actually laws on the books to some extent. So black communities had their own newspapers. And even at the popular level of the Afro-American, artists like Germaine Casse from across the Atlantic and around diaspora were prominently featured. So this is a cover from cover story, Creole Blood, Fires the Veins of a Parisian Artist, and this is about Germaine Casse, and this is 1928. And, of course, I meant to take that out, this type of international or transatlantic networking extended to the academic community. So here we're looking at Alain Locke, a frequent visitor to Paris, who's shown here in the Jardin de Luxembourg, together with Louis Thomas Achille, a first cousin, by the way, of the Nardal sisters, and that's the note I made to myself there that I should have erased, who taught at Howard University. And Locke wrote a favorable review profile of Germaine Casse in Opportunity magazine. I have not located that copy as referred to in other texts dating back to 1923. So these cross-Atlantic, transatlantic exchanges were part of the popular culture as well as the academic exchanges of the period. So when I was developing my Harlem Renaissance exhibition and thinking about the idea of transatlantic modernism, which is not a subtitle, it's the second part of the title of the exhibition, I really wanted to have the exhibition explore the fact that in addition to the new Negro movement, the term that the Harlem Renaissance was referred to at its own time, the Harlem Renaissance comes after the period. There was, first and foremost, this intent by artists and writers to remake, to modernize the image of the African American. But there was also an objective to situate the struggle for equality, for equity, for civil rights of the African American in alliance with the international fight against imperialism. And so these transatlantic connections were sought after. W.E.B. Du Bois, as well as Alain Locke, traveled extensively. Many African American artists and writers spent extended periods of time in expatriation or visiting, coming back and forth between the two continents. And so learning about Germaine Casse, and here I have to really cite the groundbreaking scholarship of Christelle Lozère, who is a professor of art history at the University of Martinique. I began working with Christelle in the context of the Le Modèle Noir exhibition at the Musée d'Orsay. That was an extension of my Posing Modernity show. This is 2018-19. We were both lecturing at the final tour of that exhibition at the Memorial Act in Guadeloupe. And she was finishing a book at the time about French Caribbean artists who were living and working in interwar Paris, 1920s, 1940s, the exact same years of the unfolding of the Harlem Renaissance and the fact that a number of African American artists were there at the time. And we were talking about the interlinking connections that I was coming up with, looking primarily at African American publications, the Crisis, Opportunity newspapers. And she was giving me what she was seeing on the other side. And so given that there were these connections, specifically, the other thing that Christelle has been doing is working specifically with trying to excavate the histories of women artists from the French-speaking Caribbean. And thus we had a discussion about Germaine Casse. And over the years, we pursued our separate research. I'm looking for works that I can put in an exhibition. She's excavating images that she can publish and interpret and historicize. So I, working with a Paris-based researcher, just looking for what can be found about Germaine Casse, came across this exhibition catalog, an exhibition that she had in France in 1925, a quite extensive exhibition. The numbers, I'm not sure whether these are figure numbers or page numbers, but there are at least 150 images or pages in this document, and dozens of images of portrait paintings, landscapes, still life, as well as some of her writings. So I wanted very much to include Casse in my Harlem Renaissance exhibition, and together with my colleague, a Paris-based colleague, set out to just really look for actual works by Germaine Casse. And we went to museum collections, we went to the archives for Outremer, we went to Marie-Isabelle Pinet, my colleague in Paris, actually did genealogical research to try to track down Casa's extant family. Meanwhile, Christelle Lozère, and we were sharing everything that we were finding with her, was looking as well. Could not find one single portrait, not one, anywhere. We did come across a small landscape painting. Hold on, have I got this out of sequence here? Yes, in the Musée du Quai Branly. And even though I don't, and this is the one on the right here, even though I don't think it's one of the best by Cas, given the other images in the catalog, it was what was available. And the brushwork, the treatment of the, the tonalities, et cetera, I thought it had merit. There's also a very large, like wall scale mural by Cas, which is in a storeroom outside Paris. The Quai Branly told us about that, but also said that it needed extensive renovation. We weren't going to have the scope to include it in the exhibition, so we did not pursue that. But I still kept, just go back here, a space in the exhibition gallery layout. Those of you who've worked on exhibitions know that that all happens months before the show actually opens. I just continue to believe that we were going to come across a portrait painting. We did not. I had half a blank wall here, and so what we ended up doing is mounting a monitor and making digital reproductions of images from the catalog to just show there are about 10 images that were on rotation when this monitor was functioning to give a sense of the scope of her work. Now, I should mention we did also, the other major work by Cas was this actually very imposing poster. It's over 4 feet in height, vivid color. It commemorates the first salon by the Société of Antillean artists that she helped to found. She was a co-founder of this organization that had their first exhibition in 1924. And so the small landscape and this poster, which I think is compelling in its own right, but it's probably one of the most atypical works by Cas, are what we have out there in the world today. And I do think the poster is fascinating, formally, thematically. The way that she is capturing this kind of idyllic, looking down from the hills to the sea, landscape of the Caribbean, the type of thing that might be on a French colonialist postcard, but intervening with this figure of the Black woman, her arm raised, potentially a gesture of welcome, but also potentially a gesture, especially given the still life here, exquisitely rendered, by the way. I myself spent a good bit of time in front of this poster just looking at the formal treatment of the individual objects in this still life and trying to unpack some of the symbolism of its different elements. So, but I think this gives an indication of Cas as a masterful painter, but also clearly engaged in the thematic concerns of artists of the day. So we were glad to advance that. I will say that after the show was done, the catalog went to press, the installation already underway, we learned about a small portrait that was captured in the 1925 catalog that was up for sale at a regional auction house for 500 euros. I know someone who bid for it. Somebody else bid $550 and got the painting. So it's in a private collection. We were able to see it. Severe damage. Part of the surface is completely gone. The edges there are big gaps around the edges. So even if we come across it, we would not have been able to intervene in a way that we'd be able to display it at the Met. But I saw that as a positive sign. I find it hard to believe that these paintings have completely disappeared. They're in people's attics and storerooms, and the people who were her doctors and lawyers and her friends, they have these paintings, but they haven't had any value, any market value. There's been no interest in them. So hopefully by just getting word out that people are interested in this today, more and more of this is going to show up. So that is the story of Germaine Casse and that exhibition in 2024. Actually, my Posing Modernity exhibition in 2018 led me to a body of work that is primarily in the collection of the Baltimore Museum of Art. It's a complete portfolio of a set of portrait lithographs by Henri Matisse, for a book of poetry titled Poésie Antillaise, Antillean Poetry, written by a now obscure French writer who was an elder friend of Matisse. The book was published around the turn of the 19th century. And Matisse picked this up, Poésie Antillaise, first in the 1930s. We knew that he had a copy of the book. And by the way, we have not been able to find a copy of Poésie Antillaise, even the original French version. It's never been translated to our knowledge. So we at the Baltimore Museum of Art, or my colleagues at the Baltimore Museum of Art and I, coming in as a visiting curator from the Met, we're looking at a lot of this and interpreting the poems without the usual scholarly discourse by previous writers available. And so we, because it was so unique for Baltimore to have the complete set of these lithographs, and because they had recently opened what is now the Martyr Center for Matisse Studies, they were inviting guest fellows to come in and work with the collection. I took this on, in part because the poems are not only about Martinique, and both Noe and Matisse visited. Matisse made a very brief visit to Martinique and Guadeloupe when he was en route from Tahiti, where he had spent the extended period of time, back to New York to go on to France in 1930. He wrote extensive letters to his wife describing everything that he saw and did, which had also never been published, never translated. The Archives Matisse in EC shared those letters with me, and together with Marie Isabelle, we translated them. I published various segments. And so anyway, I thought it would be interesting to take this project on, but I didn't, and I won't go into why I find the Matisse images compelling. That's beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. But one of the factors was that he worked over a period of a couple of years with several models for this publication, as well as others that he was working on at the same time, and a series of paintings. And three of those models were Caribbean, Haitian dancer, just a woman from Martinique who he met while she was visiting with her family in the south of France, where he had his studio at the time. And we know these who they are. Their work in Matisse's studio, the Villa Le Rêve in Vence, outside Nice, is documented in dozens of photos and in one case in a film. So we wanted to take this on, but I was also very conscious of the fact that this is Matisse and Noe before him looking at the French-speaking Caribbean in the final decades of the French colonial period. And I wanted to bring some context to that. which is why you see this installation shot here. I added three ultimately, works by Serge Elenon, who Joshua spoke about yesterday. Joshua was looking at the later period. You're looking some in the 1950s, but I think Elenon's work is more widely seen once he moves to the large-scale abstract paintings that are more aligned with the work of mid-century abstraction. So I found these lithographs by Elenon to be really interesting because other than Acon Gallery, which Joshua pointed me to and from which I borrowed these, I just hadn't seen a lot of these around. I was intrigued by the fact that he was working on paper, like Matisse, that he was making self-portraits, pulling in various aspects of modern, but also naturalistic, highly naturalistic styling, and evoking issues, playing into the sort of Art Deco surrealist ideas that informed negritude and other anti-colonialist agendas. So bringing him into this small exhibition was one thought. And then the other was the COS poster. A second copy of it has surfaced by now. It's now in the collection of the University of Miami, which I understand has a French Caribbean collection, and we were able to acquire that from there. And so on this final wall of that exhibition, I'm showing COS, and I'm showing a lithograph by Serge Elenon, which I felt was an appropriate last work and last word in the exhibition. And what Elenon is doing here, and this is just formal visual analysis, I sent some questions to Elenon just before our show opened via his daughter. He lives in Nice now. I've not had the same success that Joshua's had in actually being able to speak with him or get his response yet. We're working on that. I'm just going to have to show up in Nice at some point. But what he's doing here is reversing the gaze of Matisse and no, they are French artist-writer going to Martinique, producing their version of what they're seeing. He is French Caribbean, born in Martinique, living in Nice, and making this image that is an evocation of the French Riviera, a beach scene there. The flags, different nationalities, very interesting, the selection of flags, but this notion of a population of color visible there. Disrupting the portrayal of French society at this period by French artists as being pretty much monolithically white, right? And multiracial, the different skin tones here. I'm very curious. I think that I really would like to hear more from the artists about this work and hope I'll be able to do so at some point. But just based on the visuals, I felt that it was an important counterpoint but to the work by Matisse. But also the synergy, they're both working on paper. They're making prints, limited edition prints, posters, drawings, using the graphic arts to advance their individual artistic voices that I wanted to combine in this petite exhibition about Matisse to show the multiple voices that engaged with the subject of Martinique and Guadeloupe during this period, the 1920s through the 1950s, in the final days of the French Empire. So those are the observations that I made as I began working on these two different exhibitions. Like Joshua, I would say that I stumbled across the subject of the French Caribbean artist, but they absolutely fit within my overall objective, whether I'm looking at the Harlem Renaissance or looking at the School of Paris, to capture the multiple voices, the presence of an Afro-descended cohort of artists, of writers, of models who were at the very heart of the artistic circles of this period and were absolutely central to the evolving aesthetics of early 20th century modernism. Thank you very much. Do I stay here? Okay.
Well, thank you so much for your 3 presentations. I'm going to, in your presentations, one of the common thread was how you were showing efforts. You were making efforts to locate, to situate certain works, and at least in the case of Meredith and Denise, and then try to display and make sense in the contemporary world. To a certain extent, it's also the case for Justin, but this like locating, situating, displaying, and calling into question this very notion of how to make lost stories more visible, and how to make them public, how to exhibit this, all of these questions, all of these object stories in the past. And so maybe I would like you to maybe go back to this articulation between the 3 moments in your work: to locate, to situate, and then to display. And the reason why I'm asking the question, and Denise, I visited your exhibition, the exhibition at the Met way too rapidly. It was my last day in New York. I had to go through exhibition, and I was like taking pictures and looking and taking all of these pictures. And when I arrived in France, I showed all of the pictures to my cousin from Martinique. And she got very, very emotional, telling me, what is that? I don't understand. It's like, and she told me, and she's not someone who's, she loves exhibitions, but she's not very, she's not a museum person, but she likes going sometimes to exhibitions. And she told me, it's like I'd been lied to. And I thought it was a very, very powerful statement. And to me, I was just showing her like, oh, I went to this very nice exhibition, telling her a little bit about, my work with audiences of exhibition, etc. But then she had this very strong reaction, just like Justin, listening to you, I was thinking about this wonderful documentary. I don't know if you know it, Zétoiles. So there's this documentary by Gilles Lydie Kozak, who's a Martinican director, who basically it's a story of this guy who in the mid-70s wants to go into space thanks to the power of the poetry of Aimé Césaire. So I'm not going to tell you whether it worked or not. It's a really, really wonderful documentary that I showed to my students a few weeks ago. And it's a documentary about knowledge, about past stories, about understanding of the world, of our own place in the world. And they were like really moved as well. And so in like all of this, like locating, situating, and then displaying of this sort of stories, there is like this strong emotional dimension. The fact that people are going to meet with these stories. At the beginning of the symposium, Meredith was talking about, I'm going to talk about these colonial networks. Maybe it's like a bit décalé compared to like the other presentations. But then when you engage with like the more contemporary part and the fact that that the work by Barontini and all of these efforts to actually build counter maps, there is also this articulation to the present time and to like displaying publicly all of this work, and it matters a lot. So I would like to hear the 3 of you talk about both the 3 dimension, but particularly this third moment, the third movement in the work you're doing. And then I just shut up and let you ask questions as well.
I would actually, just because I have such an amazing audience of people here that probably had some very strong reactions to the material that I presented, or at least visually to the maps that I was showing. I mean, you know, I don't know if we can go back to, it's probably like a very long, I mean, you know, you talk about that moment of, you know, seeing these objects and the reactions that we had to it, and the like just at the very beginning, like we could start there if you want, or the two maps, the one, let's see. I need to make you do this, Audrey. I can do this. Yeah, like here, just here is a good place. You know, it's funny to think about what you yourself bring to an encounter with an object and your own kind of background and knowledge. And for Hannah and I, we spent, you know, many days sort of I mean, there's a lot of these maps. There's some at Harvard. There's many of them are in the BNF. And just in looking at them, you know, immediately, because we were trained as historians of French art for 20 years or more, I mean, we immediately were like, oh, you know, and recognize 20 or 30 names. And that's not a context, or it's not necessarily something that, you know, a reaction that someone else would have to this map. I spent a lot of time last night talking to Stephanie Porras, who was here, who was really more of a specialist of early modern art in the Dutch context and the Dutch Americas, and she was talking about working on a similar map of Suriname that's printed on silk in the 1760s, also a property map, and what she kind of brought to her own, you know, awareness of this object. But I want to know from any of you what your reactions are when you're looking at a map like this. I did a kind of counter mapping workshop at NYU a couple of years ago, and Marlena Doubt was there, and the first thing she said was, "I hate this map." So, you know, what do you see when you look at this?
What I see is just the extent to which the land-owning society or segment of French society was deeply engaged, implicated with, and enriched by the slave trade. Mm-hmm. It's just all over the map, literally.
Yeah, I mean, on some level, I kind of feel like I have the impulse now to see these connections everywhere, and I wonder if I'm like reading in, but actually I'm not. I mean, and it's not just all of the art that is in the Louvre. In, you know, many that Carnavalet is going to do an exhibition about Paris Caraïbe, and I wonder, like, you know, to what extent does this material is relevant to that show, and if they should bring that in, because if you look at the architectural aggrandizement of Paris in the 1770s and 80s, for instance, the vast majority of these new hôtels, the whole development of the 8th arrondissement, it's pretty much all financed through colonial commerce and through the slave trade. The same names, Montholon, Laborde, Merci d'Argent, I mean, it's the same people. So, you know, it's really profound to me, at least, but yeah. But I don't know, the maps themselves as objects are also really interesting. Mm-hmm. Perhaps things to think about or discuss, and I'm just looking for reactions or any kind of pushback. Yeah.
I don't know much about these maps, but it occurs to me that the colors, you know, are so, and the forms are so sort of inviting and seductive, thank you. And I mean that's a part of their kind of their operation. Mm-hmm. And it seems like really valuable work you're doing, going back to the 18th century. And it occurs to me as well that although the specific dynamics have changed, but a lot of the ways in which there's a kind of reputation laundering through arts patronage hasn't changed so much. So I think it's precisely the appeal or the seductiveness of representations and that paper over or conceal what's actually happening that should be of interest to art historians, and that there is a kind of, and maybe not an often acknowledged tension between what art historians do and what the art world does. And it seems to me we're so often kind of folded in or pulled into the art world, but we should maintain a certain kind of critical force as well to try and shape it differently.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to. I don't want to turn this into a conversation just about my maps. Like we can.
No, thank you for this work. I find it fascinating, and you are correct. Once you start, you said something, and it just triggered me because I had a similar experience when I was tracing this 18th century portrait that I've been working on, right? And thinking about the possibilities of who commissioned it, et cetera, and finding a similar kind of world in the Netherlands, all connected to the Caribbean, right? And interconnected, I think, with with these owners as well. And it just shifted the way I even saw the portraits and their portraits, and so it allows us to see things. It's almost like a layer. So I don't think of these as absolute objects. They are incredibly discursive. They're linked in so many different ways that I find quite stunning. And for me, I am also interested in the artists that they would send to the Caribbean and their histories in the military. And so there's that, but there's an added dimension there. Capitalism, the military state representation, it all comes together. And I think for me, this is like, these maps are like another layer of that story that we used to see through. But what you're doing is forcing us to, in a sense, engage what they are actually telling us.
In a way, and thank you so much, I don't really have so much of a question as much as a general appreciation, but also I just want to engage in discussions about the relevance of bringing the historical and the deep historical in conversation with the French, Antillean, and Guyanese artists I have been selecting for Van Levé, and it is precisely, I think, where the difficulties also begin. I think that to have ventured into a purely blockbuster type show with Barontini and Creuset and Biabiani would have been far easier. And also singular exhibitions like the French have done, as opposed to a collective reckoning with the mass of the artists, but also the depths of their history running into colonial, the colonial foundation, really, of the French Empire. But very quickly, Raphael Barontini is producing, he's actually finished, a new large tapestry on the historical event of Delgrasse's resistance to the Napoleon forces right before his sacrificial gesture. So the piece is called Matouba, so that will be grand. It is grand. I have been forbidden, not forbidden, but Raphael no longer sends me pictures of the work in progress. He said, it's finished. When are you coming to the studio? So it's there. And he's enriching his corpus of substituting classical representations of historical events by, the victors, as we know, with what he calls counter-allegories of some of these foundational moments in Antillean history. And then to you, Justin, I wanted to say that one of the artists who speaks to cosmological notions of the world, not beholden to scientific Western knowledge, is Tabitha Rezer. whose grand installation from the Louis Vuitton Foundation we're hoping to reinstate at Le Mémorial Act. But you know, she's looking at the Caligna's vision of the cosmos and replacing, which causes controversy back home in Guyane, replacing the Ciel de Caz, the Balouana, with a video, which is kind of like half documentary, half projections about, you know, various representations of space. So, you know, so Van Leeuwen is responding to all of it, you know, to the historical researches being done in real time by art historians such as yourself, and the contemporary artists, and the way in which they are prying open that history only with different, you know, tools. And you know, of course, now I immediately want to jump into commissioning, you know, essays for the catalog, except that we don't quite know how that will happen. but that entanglement of the historical and the present is capital to the whole project of Van Leeuwen. And so, you know, what you're, you know, this exchange that you have, you know, me, you know, understanding or gaining an even greater knowledge as to the depth of the research, and you coming to discovering, you know, some of the new works that are already on the way, you know, as part of this exhibition, kind of comforting each other's positions as, you know, historians deep in the archives, you know, curators, you know, far in the studios, and of course, both overlapping. I do have a question, Justin, yes. And of course, no, actually, a third appreciation for Denise. Denise, I was in Guadeloupe in the office of Pierre, the owner of a lot of German.
The director of the
hotel, Saint-Just. Is it Saint-Just, his last name? Saint-Luc, thank you. Yes, merci, on en parlait justement. So, so I was, you know, I encountered Germaine Cassie's work in his possession, and of course he knows you, and
yes.
So there are Germaine Cassie's paintings in Guadeloupe, actually, and quite a lot, yeah. But I do have a question for you. You concluded your presentation by telling us, oh, isn't this, as it so happens, the location of the space station, of the French space station, is on the territory of the various indigenous population that created this cosmological version of the world on calabashes. My question is, do you think that the French situated the spatial base there, not so much to trample over the sacred lands of these populations, but because somehow they understood that this was a particular appropriate vantage point from which to launch to their explorations, because there must have been reasons why these populations settled right there and why the French are superimposing over it. Yeah. So that's the question. Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, one that I don't have a direct answer to, but I think that, one element that I really couldn't get too deep into is how this position kind of near the equator affords a certain advantage in terms of being able to observe the cosmos. I mean, you see near the equator the total, sky. You can see all the stars that you can't see, more at further northern latitudes or at further southern latitudes. So there is a particular advantage in terms of observation, like being able to actually see the entire celestial sky. But then, I think kind of to your point about what the motivations might have been, I don't quite know. I don't really have a direct answer for that, unfortunately. But I think that it does raise an interesting provocation.
It looks like it couldn't be just coincidental.
Yeah. There's definitely a reason. I think that like I mentioned, I mean, there is an advantage to actually being able to observe the sky from there. And there are, of course, I don't know the exact scientific explanations, but there are advantages to actually launching rockets from closer to the equator as well.
Because less thing to
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's cheaper. That's why we are open.
Yeah. So.
You did a
Yeah.
residency there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Can I ask a quick question before passing it on? Okay, this is for Denise. I was really fascinated by the comments you made about finding the mural and the mural not being in a condition capable of being exhibited. And I'm wondering about your thoughts on, I'm sure you've encountered that a lot with African diasporic works in particular. What pressures do you think, or what responsibilities does an institution have for holding something and not being able, being able to commit to preserving or restoring that work?
It was a real issue for my Harlem Renaissance exhibition. And I'll say that one difference in looking for work by African American artists working in this interwar period, the 20s through the 40s, in comparison with Germaine Cass, is that there are, troves of this work. They're at HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities. They were the museums who collected this at the time. But those museums, even the best known at the best known universities, Howard, Fisk, the Clark Atlanta Spelman complex, they may have hundreds of works that have not been seen in a gallery in over a century. And they are operating on a shoestring budget. Typically, the director is also a professor teaching. There may be one curator. There is seldom full-time conservation. Conservation is always done in collaboration with, in Atlanta, for example, it would be with the High Museum, or we've done collaborations and so forth. So much of developing that show was going first to look at work, and the other thing is 90% of the show is coming out of storerooms. They're not on the walls of galleries. So we're looking at the work, thinking about there was definitely a body of work by 2 or 3 artists, William H. Johnson, Archibald Motley, Aaron Douglas, that had been circulated, so we could borrow them. But then thinking about, I often did a second trip together with one of our conservators. What can be done in the 18 to 24 month timeline before the exhibition opens? What are we willing to do? I mean, depending on what the condition on the surface is, conservation practice today may say, well, we're not going to repaint unless we can find a fragment of the original pigmentation, or we're not going to add back in, a chunk of the painting that is just missing. Past art historians did that. We wouldn't have Greek and Roman art if we didn't piece together these things that were found, sculptures that were found literally in ruins hundreds of years ago. So the question is, and we did a lot of conservation work, and we started some of it a couple of years before the exhibition opened. But then there were works that the extent of it, the cost of it, and the timeline. They deserve the attention of maybe a seminar of conservation students who can work on this type of thing over time. So that was on the Harlem Renaissance side. On the other hand, the transatlantic modernism, I had, about 15 or 20 paintings by Matisse, Picasso, Munch, et cetera. They are coming off the walls. They're in great shape. And coincidentally, we're talking about responses. One of the things that's really obvious for me when I do shows that combine an artist like Matisse with the Harlem Renaissance or French Caribbean artists is that, maybe 12 paintings are 70% of the insurance value of the show because they have such high market values in comparison with, artists whose work, if it's selling for a couple of $1 million, That's a lot of money in today's market. And you will find things that are $500 or 500 euros. So, you know, the way the market values of these works is so widely divergent because of the century, the decades of no care, interest, attention by major institutions is really something to observe. So I think that, you know, from our perspective, we want to provide resources and do it, and not just with the conservation, but bringing classes of students from Fisk or Howard to New York for 2 or 3 days, spend a day at the Met, but also visit MoMA, the Whitney, the Frick, for that matter. Look at prehistoric. These are all things that we've been able to commit to and have done so in the past. I just wanted to make one comment about that emotion, though, because that is something that not only I experienced with my show, but other colleagues who were in the galleries of my shows would tell me stories about, you know, seeing an entire family standing in front of a painting and, you know, just the emotion or the exuberance that they expressed. You know, this is 100 years old. This is us. This is our heritage. We didn't know that this history existed. And so that is a very real thing at the level of people who come to see an exhibition. I think about a security guard at the Met. I ran into him one day after hours, and he stopped me and said he was about to change clothes because his wife and his daughter, who's in nursing school, were going to come and they were going to go see the exhibition together, and how much pride he felt by seeing these paintings that were 100 years old. And they show African American. I had Dutch portraits by Dutch depicting Dutch, French, Black, British, and so forth. All of that is a history that is pretty much invisible. It's not taught. You can go all the way through and get a PhD in art history and take a survey of modern art, take a survey of American art, and learn little to nothing about this work. The final thing I'll mention is a conversation I had with Faith Ringgold, our beloved late Faith Ringgold. And when I first came across these works in Matisse and posed by these Black models, that we know who these folks are, and they're heavily documented. There are photographs of them working with him in the studios and correspondence. You know, they're sending him pictures of their family even after they stopped working for him, and he's inviting them to openings. And she talked about the fact that in, you know, the late 90s, she did this whole series. I saw the exhibition at the museum, Museum of African Art in New York, Dancing at the Louvre. And she's putting the imaginary Black woman in these scenes of the studio of Matisse or Picasso or whatever. Because she said, I never saw any of this. And I spent a long time going through archives looking for this material, because you know at some level it must have existed, but it's just been so marginalized by the institution of art history that it's difficult to retrieve unless somebody specifically points you, gives you a hint, gives you an idea, oh, there's something over here you should really take a look at. So she said, and this was just a few years before she passed, that her career, her work could have been very different if she'd known about this type of material 20 or 30 years ago.
Thank you. I guess my question is around mapping sovereignty and how that might speak to each of you, because I felt like in the image of the umbrellas on the Riviera, there's a kind of mapping on the beach that's taking place. And it made me think of Louise Bennett, the Jamaican poet's poem, Colonizing in Reverse. in a certain kind of way. But what you said about Matisse and the letter writing and the documenting made me feel like there's also this kind of like surveying of empire, this kind of impetus to send these people out to visually map and document. And it just feels to me like there's a kind of visual argument taking place in these different forms, so in the militaristic way, but also that there's this kind of, what I said yesterday about the primacy of the visual and the kind of maybe violence of the ocular-centric. So I just felt like in each of your presentations there was something there about this mapping, and it feels to me like the mapping is an argument because the sovereignty actually does exist. So I feel like with the space stations, they choose these locations because they are aware of native infrastructure. The whole argument for colonization is like, oh, they're uncivilized and they need us and this, and that. And yet, when I've gone to Mexico and seen how they build cathedrals or Catholic churches on top of temples, or even looking at Broadway in New York, the Lenape thoroughfares, it just feels like they're always the colonizers, very aware of the native infrastructure and mapping on top of it. So I love the calabash and what it brings us in terms of the three-dimensional, as opposed to like the 2D and that kind of violence. And then the constellation as an Afro-Indigenous map to freedom, which I've thought a lot about in terms of upstate New York. So yeah, this map that you showed us, Meredith, on the screen, to me it just felt like this is a map of deforestation. It's the evidence that I think we've all been talking about. Like Michael had said, that their fear does not require proof. And I think this question of evidence is really interesting if we're thinking about sovereignty and the fact that I feel that there's too much evidence, right, of this crime, and it kind of doesn't matter in a way in terms of proving the crime. So yeah, I guess coming back to the sci-fi world that you gave us yesterday and imagining or mapping sovereignty, how you all might be thinking through those questions.
Well, I can say that one thing, and when I think about sovereignty in the context of the Harlem Renaissance, for example, these artists are saying, we're going to make work according to our values. We are going to depict our people, ourselves. And there was this quote that I put on the entry wall of the exhibition by Langston Hughes. If white folks like it, good. If they don't like it, that's okay too. If black folks like it, good. But if they don't like it, it's okay too. I'm going to go to the top of the mountain and follow my own vision of how I want to, and I'm paraphrasing here now, be engaged in representing. And so that has parallels with Black British and Black Dutch and Black French writers and artists and scholars, just the sense of almost an indifference to the audience, regardless of color. And there was and still is a conservative element even among the populations of color to some of this work. But just having a real commitment to one's own artistic vision, being willing to take it all in, but in the end, go forth as you yourself see fit and let those chips fall where they may. It's an act of individual sovereignty, but also collectively over time. It's a broader cultural statement as well.
Yeah, I know. I really like that question. I mean, it makes me reflect on something I've been trying to think about, in terms of you have this situation where you have people from Africa displaced from their homes who come to this new territory, have to learn how to navigate this new territory. And how do they navigate this new territory? A new landscape, new types of flora and fauna that they're encountering. But oftentimes we don't think about many of them were also seeing a new sky, and so for much of human history, it was a very important tool for navigation, for kind of finding your way around. We don't get to enjoy it as much in the 21st century with light pollution. But if we imagine back to, the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries, they were looking at a very different sky from what we're looking at today. And it was a core part of their life, and it was a core part of how they kind of found their way around. And this must have been, I imagine, in the Surinamese context, extremely important for Maroon peoples who were, in constant contact and interacting with various indigenous groups. And so we're kind of finding their grounding through indigenous knowledge, finding a way to navigate this new terrain through indigenous knowledge as well. So your question makes me reflect on that a bit. So yeah, thank you.
I just want to indicate that Noliwe Delanon is a researcher and a scholar, also the daughter of Christian Taubira. She wrote a book that was published last year. So yeah, I was saying that Noliwe Delanon published a book last year, and I just lost the page. Let me see. Called Guyane Spatiale, Carnaval, Décolonial. And it's, I think, kind of addressing some of the questions that we've been talking about like indigenous narratives and special European French narratives around Guyana. And so I'm just signaling that this recent publication.
Great. Thank you.
Noliwe, N-O-L-I-W, no, N-O-L-Y-W-E, N-O-L-Y-W-E with an accent. Delanon. Are there final?
I was just going to say in response to your question that this, it's a really great question, and you could think of this as really kind of one episode in a very longer history that you could track on this attempt to, mapping sovereignty on the one hand, but also a kind of totalizing claim over this space for which there are many episodes of kind of resistance and transformation. And I guess the most kind of totalizing view would be like the aerial view, and I guess there's no more aerial view than the one from space. And but this this is an effort to kind of claim some sort of territory, but you can also, I think in terms of the question of climatological, geological, the kind of devastation, it attempts to show a sense of like lushness and progress and beauty, but within that there's all this canalization, there's deforestation, it's damaging the land, and you can really track that if you read the correspondence of the managers of these plantations and all of the the sense of heavy flooding and rain. It's this constant struggle, and the land itself is both being devastated and is really kind of resistant to this totalizing efforts. And if you look at, I was thinking about like even in a place like Guyana, but you also see this a bit in Saint-Domingue, these efforts early on, like in the 17th century, to create a kind of a territorial claim through mapping, but maybe also a kind of viewpoint, which is sometimes starts out with these very fragmented and very incomplete like maps of like traversing rivers or spaces, oftentimes with white Europeans who are being assisted with indigenous forms of knowledge or even like collaborators for traversing different rivers. But you have moments where the map stops because there's a kind of refusal to allow for this view or this kind of claim, and then gradually those maps become more of this kind of aerial perspective. But then around the time of but at the same time, these spaces, even when they have these kind of totalizing aesthetic claims, they're being utilized. These spaces are being mapped very differently by Maroon communities, by resistance fighters, even long before the Macandal era, like long before the Haitian Revolution. And then there are actual maps that are made from the 1790s and the early 19th century, by revolutionaries, and you can see on the one hand like the transformation of some of these spaces, like images of sugar mills that are being turned into defensive barracks. Or a reclaim of territorial sovereignty by Louverture's regime or Petit, that does happen actually, and you can map that. And there's some maps, for instance, at the John Carter Brown Library that really speak to that kind of reinscription of sovereignty in a very different context, or claim of sovereignty.
Well, yeah, I can't wait for the website. It sounds so exciting.
The website is up. We're adding different places. Yeah, but the website
that's
itself,
coming So what's
very
coming
much
next?
exists.
You said in the summer or in
We
the
have
fall?
the Colonial
Is
Network's website is there, and we have a lot of contributors who are working on many different aspects of
Cool.
this history from different perspectives, and are always looking for, especially people who are interested in sound, things beyond the visual for sure. But then we have different sites that are kind of connected to it, and one of them is about a story maps project that we did with a graduate seminar. Another is about this colonial provenance database. Another is about this counter map, and then all the projects that we do with museums, some of which live digitally on their museum collections or databases, and those get included. So it's kind of growing a little bit.
And then I'm making a film about coastal erosion, so I'm just like, I need these maps. It's just really incredible.
Yeah, I'm happy to send you a list.
Yeah, I was actually jumping on that, and there is also other things that this map is showing, and I tend to try to be skeptical of European images, that they think they're doing what they're doing, but then often they're also failing at that, or and I guess it's related to the Elenon poster for Nice, right? Because perhaps there is a humorous dimension on it, where you have European sunbathing, so they become dark, and then dancing at the top. So they all come to the south of France to become dark, right? So I could see that dimension, but here, so they have they all live in their fashionable neighborhood in Paris, and then they all live. Their plantation all live in their fashionable plantation neighborhood in Haiti, Saint-Domingue. But there also, the way that the scars on the land is also allowing for different stories and different histories to be put into work. And what's really striking to me when I see that, you can see the soil that is vulnerable more to erosion, to the rains, and what that brings back up are the archaeological material too, and some of those thunderstones, like the stone tools that had been buried, then comes to the surface, and we know that they were very important elements in Afro, in this case, Caribbean amulets that were made. And so it's bringing, this map also tells that kind of geographic, historical alternative path, right, of what we can read from that space, and the solidarity across time between the Africans and the indigenous population. So you can kind of see a lot more and some things that are different there too. So just a thought.
Do we have final questions? I would ask them, but I don't know. Only if we have time. All right. Well, as some of you know, I'm kind of obsessed with comparison as something we do in art history without a lot of self-consciousness always. But in any case, I think these are great presentations, and it occurs to me that one thing, if we're trying to find a connective thread, it's a kind of critical comparative method where, Justin, you're comparing these three calabashes to kind of reconstruct a cosmology or multiple cosmologies. Meredith, you're comparing the maps as well as the Parisian art world, and then there's a kind of also a comparison between mapping and counter mapping, or some kind of relationship. And then Denise, you've got Matisse's portraits, what I take to be linear portraits, and then Elenon's renderings, self-portraits, which I do think are turning point. I suppose my question is, for one, do you have reflections on comparison? But that's maybe getting too far afield. But specifically, what are the other, for you, Justin, what are the other sources of evidence or material evidence that enable those comparisons? In other words, how do you really know isn't there maybe a risk of a kind of structuralist approach to assume there's a whole cosmology there? What about the modern status of those objects? How are they responding to things happening around them? For the mapping and counter mapping, what about the modern? You showed this one painting from the 1960s that I was really intrigued by. Or can modern artists also be instrumental in this counter mapping project? And then for Denise, my question had to do with Matisse's linear approach. I mean, comparatively, I think about Blue Nude, which really scrambles a lot of certainties about identity, not necessarily because it's a political project, but it's just what that painting does. And I think about line and like the certainties of the maps on the lines on the map. You know, isn't there a kind of certainty in Matisse's later representation that kind of veer toward typology? And in a way, it seems to me that Elenon's turning point is precisely to move away from that linear certainty of what he calls his folkloric period. So it's not, and we might be out of time, but I just thought I would reflect on, in case you have thoughts on that now or in the future.
Well, that whole question of typology is something that I think is really important when you have cross-racial representations, and this is white artists depicting black subjects, but also black artists depicting white subjects. I'm working on a couple of artists, African American, who in the time they lived in Europe, they made images of Danish and French and Dutch and so forth. But still, the white artist depicting a black subject, typology is implicated with, empire and to what extent are they reinforcing or doubling down on a stereotype as opposed to, and I will say that to whatever extent there's any complication with this, I don't necessarily think it's the artist's intention to intervene with racial stereotyping. I think it's their interest in just experimenting with form and with, and if it's World War II and, a Haitian dancer is working as a volunteer at the Red Cross. At the same time, I'm looking for my daughter, Amélie, who disappeared into a concentration camp. Well, I'll invite her to come to my studio and, sketch her. It can be as simple as that sometimes. But still, the brain is fully loaded with everything that society has constructed to convey about a certain figural type. So part of why I wanted to kind of open up, rather than having this show just be about Matisse's work, is just to introduce other artistic voices from their parallels and their divergencies, stylistically, thematically as well. And just to try to show, I think one thing that I do try to show is that these monolithic constructions of a specific culture don't jive with the lived reality of the situation. There were populations of color in interwar France that are not depicted in the art of the period by interwar French artists, okay? That's part of why I think it's interesting to look at models, because you look at their life stories, their stories manifest, are indexes of the fact that there were populations living there that are not captured more broadly in the art of the period. So I think if there's one typology that I try to open up or disrupt, it's the notion of some kind of homogeneity in the culture being looked at the moment, when in fact there was always mixing going both ways. You know, there were white artists in Harlem. Vinod Rice was, you know, one of the people closest to Ellen Locke in the Harlem Renaissance. And so, you know, it's just, I think that if we can open up the portrayals of specific cultures to show the presence and impact of people from a wide range of backgrounds, that can do so much to have the broadest possible audience see themselves in this work, and to help us think about how to disrupt these narratives of homogeneity.
Oh, there's a photo being taken. I can speak a little bit to comparison. I don't think it's really an answer to your question, but I mean, it is important for me because, I mean, what I'm trying to do here is to unearth a tradition that otherwise would just depend on, you know, the written reports of colonial agents, the people who were enslaving the people that I'm trying to study. And here we have these objects that are, as I argue, like the most direct testimony of their thought. And so a large part of the work that I'm doing right now is trying to build this archive of objects, of material artifacts that we can kind of use and look at and compare with each other, because it's going to offer us really the best or the most direct insight into this tradition I'm looking at, this Afro-Sudanese tradition, their kind of cosmological understandings, things of that nature. And, you know, and I think that I'm up against a kind of trend, maybe not trend, best word, a tradition, let's say, that has for very long been, and you know, this is one that I'm guilty of too, wanted to see Afro-diasporic traditions always as kind of in conversation with Africa, West and Central Africa, but I'm trying to now understand, like, you know, there is this tradition here that yes, we can kind of speak to, you know, these kind of basic or broad principles that are of African derivation, but there are important changes that are taking place, and there is an important kind of dialogue and contact happening between these people of African descent and indigenous peoples, and we can even go on to talk about European enslavers and who are coming from different parts of Europe. So they're kind of coming into contact with all these different things that are that they're integrating into this kind of structural view at the end of the day. And I think that, yeah, kind of giving a kind of structural account of it is really the best way to frame it, because that is what we're seeing. I think that's what the evidence that I'm seeing, at least, is kind of allowing us to understand and to see. So that's kind of my approach at answering your question, I guess. Yeah.
I'll just say super quickly in terms of maps, counter maps, or history, counter histories. I think you know, the question of the modern and modern artists, and I would just say specifically in the case of Haiti, that's always been a project, like from, you know, the early 19th century, of artists engaging with history and re-envisioning, reimagining, rewriting history, and kind of reclaiming ceremonies like Bois Qui Meurt. I mean, there's so many generations of artists who have, you know, contributed to that idea, and so I think it raises the issue that Denise spoke about in terms of, you know, do we describe modern and maybe the asymmetrical modernism, or is it a counter? I don't really know what the term is, but I think for us, even though, yes, artists working in the 1960s, there's obviously not the opportunity to kind of collaborate or to think about how they would engage with some of this historical material that we are researching, but absolutely, you know, we're working with the Haitian Art Society, which is the kind of has a digital repository of many of these images. So it's also, want to make clear that they're okay with us using this material in telling these stories, but yeah.
Well, thank you so much for. So we're going to take like a 10-minute break, coffee break, and then we'll have our second panel of the day on Poetics of Knowledge. Thank you. 11:10. 11:10, yeah.
So thank you for the wonderful discussions this morning. We move on to our second panel on the Poetics of Knowledge. It's been my pleasure to be here with you all and think with you these 2 days. And we're going to have two talks now from Cédrine Chadig and Alexandre Gérard Muscagori, which I think will be very illuminating. So we'll have Cédrine up first with her talk on At the Edges of Paradise, Urban Imaginaries of the Post-Colonial Caribbean City.
Hello everyone, do you hear me? This should work, right? Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here with you all. It's been 2 very, very insightful days. I'm not a scholar, I'm an artist, so I'm gonna try to present my work through the prism of topics I've been interested in tackling over the last almost 5 years now. My presentation is called At the Edges of Paradise, Urban Imaginaries of the Post-Colonial Caribbean City. A palm tree, the most exported, most sold, most falsified symbol of the Caribbean. You find it on postcards, tourism posters, rum bottles designed for metropolitan consumers. It has become the icon of an imaginary that does not belong to the people who actually live under these trees. An imaginary produced from the outside for an outside gaze that has gradually come to cover over the reality of what the Caribbean is today. In this photograph, a palm tree is shaved into the back of a black man's head, most precisely at Quincy's Asian barbershop. These kinds of design cut into the hair speak to a certain aesthetic of global urban culture, something that circulates between cities, between continents, between social media feeds. Here, the colonial paradise icon is inscribed onto the body as an act of self-styling. I was asking myself, what happens if we take this symbol, the most exported, most cliched image of the Caribbean, and place it here on the back of this young man's head? What does it convey? Sorry. Is it pride? Is it play? Is it irony? Or a form of post-colonial reappropriation? Perhaps all of those at once, which might be where its tension lies. Palmier holds many of the ideas I explore in my work within a single frame. That is why I chose to begin here. This is not an image of the Caribbean as it is usually shown. It is not a landscape, it is not a beach, no golden light on the sea. It is an appropriated pattern, a symbol turned against itself. And that is exactly where my work lives, at the edges of that paradise, in what the postcard image leaves out of the frame. The Caribbean has been photographically constructed as an empty space, emptied of its cities, most of its people, its contemporary life, in favor of a landscape that is performing availability. Krista Thompson shows how this image was deliberately manufactured. Beaches without people, palm trees without neighborhoods, a tropicalized landscape produced for the outside consumption that has outlived the colonial moment that created it, and is still very much with us today. What makes this particularly striking is what geographers tell us about the region. Rivka Jaffe points out that the Caribbean is in fact one of the most urbanized regions in the world. Martinique alone reaches over 90% of urbanization. And yet the post-colonial Caribbean cities remain almost entirely absent from the image of the Caribbean that circulates internationally, including, I would argue, within photography and museum collections. My work, based in photography and film, is rooted in a fascination for those cities and in a desire to work against that erasure and to make images of the French Caribbean that exist outside of that frame. It started in 2022 with Le Mans Le Feu, when a chance encounter in Fort-de-France brought me to the parking lot of Dillon Stadium. On a Sunday afternoon, following a spontaneous encounter while I was walking with my camera through Fort-de-France, I was brought to the parking lot of Dillon Stadium, at the edges of the city. There, every Sunday, a group of over 50 young men gathered to execute acrobatic figures with motorcycles, what they call cabrage, or in English, wheelies or rodeo. I asked the guy to send me a little video so you can see what I'm talking about. Why? Now you see my very messy. No. So the cabrage crushed the presentation. This is the stadium. There they perform for each other and for an improvised audience that come from every neighborhood of Fort-de-France. There is no official permission, there is just the asphalt, the engines, the night coming in from the sea, and a community that has turned an open space at the edge of the city into something entirely its own. The Stade Dillon, or Dillon Stadium, is a peripheral space, but not an abandoned one. The stadium itself is sometimes in use, hosting punctual events of the island's cultural life. Dillon, the neighborhood itself, is one of the largest urban housing projects in Martinique. There, the parking lots, mostly empty but big enough to host a full stadium crowd, operates on its own register, unsupervised, uninstituted, and in many ways alive. Taken over by the group of young boys, it is reclaimed as a space of freedom and self-discovery by this community, who find in motorcycling their means of expression. They have installed themselves in the gap between the official and the informal and turned that gap into a stage. In local media and municipal discourse, cabrage is almost always framed as a problem. A danger to public order, a symptom of social failure. The young men who practice it are made invisible as individuals and hyper-visible as a threat. What I saw was something different. It was a community with its own codes, its own aesthetics, its own forms of care. These are not images of marginality, these are images of invention. What struck me immediately was the care that these young men were bringing to how they appear. The jewelry, the brands, the hairstyles, like an entire aesthetic vocabulary drawing from global urban culture. From Atlanta, Paris, social media, and transforming it into something specifically Caribbean, like specifically theirs. Not as an imitation, but as creolization, happening in real time, on a parking lot on a Sunday afternoon. I want to say something about the question of representation here, because I think it's directly relevant to some of the questions this symposium is asking. When I began to work, I was aware that I was entering a space where the stakes of the image were very high. Like Black masculine bodies in the Caribbean, in France, have been consistently criminalized, exoticized, sometimes even pitied by the dominant image regimes. The motorcycle culture these young men take part in is regularly described in local media as dangerous, antisocial, and as a problem to be solved. There, in this convergence of the institutional gaze and the tourist gaze, it produces stigma and erasure. One of the things I try to do in my work at a very humble level is to build more sensitive representations of Caribbean masculinities. In these portraits, I was trying to stay close to what I actually saw, which was far from the cliches of imposed virility or violent marginality. Most of them actually bear a sort of contained power. These are not men performing aggression or dominance for the camera. There is something much quieter in them, like a focus, an interiority, sometimes also something fragile. But in most of my work, they're not posing for me so much as allowing me to be present while they exist. And I think that distinctions matter to how I work. Alongside the bling and the motorcycles, something else kept appearing in my photographs. Offerings. Small altars improvised at the base of pillars and walls. Rum bottles, flour, conch, shells. The graffiti cosmology found on the wall around the city. Crosses, stars, words, like Dieu. Le haut, la terre, Jah, no fear, Jah the first, like a spiritual cartography drawn by hand on concrete. ReneDesCocos.fr. Sometimes the political asserted itself more explicitly. Like on this small wall, on this wall, on these same walls, like the black, red, and green unofficial flag of Martinique, spray painted on concrete alongside the letter OJA, the Organisation de la Jeunesse Anticolonialiste de la Martinique, whose members were prosecuted in 1963 for plotting against the French state. This mark suggests that the imaginaries at work in this space carried the memory of longer struggles, one that were never fully resolved. This coexistence of the bling and the offering, the motorcycles and the altar, the global and the vernacular is one of the things that most interests me about the post-colonial French Caribbean city. The plantation, the spiritual practices that survived the Middle Passage, the Catholic colonial overlay, the global flows of capital and technologies, all of it is present simultaneously, like layered and unresolved. And these young men carry all of that without necessarily naming it. Like it lives with their gestures, with their objects, with their use of space. And this, I think, is where the post-colonial French Caribbean city becomes particularly interesting to think with. Fort-de-France is a city that has been administered, planned, imaged, and narrated from elsewhere for a very long time. But alongside it, like in the parking lots and the Marne and the riverbanks and the neighborhood barbershops, like another city has always been building itself. Not as resistance necessarily, though sometimes that too, but more simply as life, as the ordinary practice of people making meaning in the places they inhabit. And what I'm trying to do with my photographs is to kind of like build a visual universe from that parallel city. Not as a sociological document or I don't know, exotic discoveries, but as a visual work that has its own density, like its own beauty, its own complexities. I think photography interests me here precisely because of its fragmentary nature. Like a photograph is never complete in itself. Even though it uses the word as its source material, it transforms when it encounters other images. It gets complicated, it gets challenged, it gets extended. And once like layered and juxtaposed, those fragments enter into dialogue and produce meanings that neither image could hold alone. And this is why I'm always very interested into thinking photography as a series or a sequence or a book, something that where the image is always being kind of like rediscussed by the image that comes after it and reframed and rethought. So these were all images from the series Le Monde Le Feu I worked on between 2022 and 2023. In August 2023, some months after I started the photograph from Le Monde Le Feu, Leinster, aka Lucci, who was one of the pillars of the biking community, sometimes described as the best cabreur on the whole island, was murdered for his motorcycle. You actually saw him at the beginning doing the figures on the bike. He got caught in the armed violence that has been spreading through the island in the recent years. The way I found out was through Snapchat and Instagrams. After his passing, the community organized a urban ceremony in his honor, which I first witnessed indirectly through the Snapchats and videos that were shared among the boys. Dozens of candles arranged on the ground with NSC bottles, bodies gathered in the dark around red flares, a portrait of Lucci propped among them, tire marks burned into the asphalt, motorcycles lined up, tagged with his Instagram handle, captions, pour notre frère, bonne nuit mon sang, je t'aime mon sang. An addition of fragmentary images passed between phones and charged with strong emotional and performative intensity. I became fascinated with those images. Like the vertical frame of the phone screen, the red lights of the candles blown out by the camera sensors, the smoke that obscures as much as it reveals, the emojis like floating over the scene as part of the images. Their narrative potential emerged almost like a form of digital collage, revealing like also how grief, affection, tenderness circulates within the group. Those like ephemeral snapshots offer space for expressing emotions that are also rarely articulated verbally by the young men within this community. And I figured what I was looking at was a mourning ritual with its own visual grammar, a ceremony that had emerged from the community's own needs to bear witness to their lives, or perform it for the modern social media. From these images emerged the idea of the project Prince. Hopefully it's gonna work. Prince is a film about young men from Fort-de-France who build their own rituals on a parking lot, who mourn their dead by burning tire marks into asphalt, and who move through the Martinican landscape in collective procession. Pursuing my collaboration with the young men from the project Le Monde Le Feu, it looks at the way grief, memory, and social bonds are enacted through urban rituals at the margin of the post-colonial Caribbean, French Caribbean city. In August 2025, on the second anniversary of Lucci's passing, we reenacted a ceremony, a new collective celebration that was conceived as both a homage and continuation. The film is structured around this ceremony and its procession through the Martinican landscape. The idea behind Prince was to further my exploration of the boundaries between reality and poetic elaboration. It exists simultaneously as a participatory film, a performative action, and a documentary project. The ceremony was real, and the grief also, but at the same time, we are making a film. The snapshot images the young men produced for themselves now feed into the choreography of what we are building together. And this performativity they put into the cabrage and the self-fashioning of their image through it becomes an almost fictional aspect of the film, even though it is real. And it is that boundary between the real event and its reconstruction, between the vernacular ritual and the artistic proposition that I am trying to experiment with in this piece. It explores how the visual grammar elaborated within the intimacy of the group can be reworked into a collective thematic gesture while remaining ensured in the experience that produced it. This project will premiere as a video installation as part of the Van Leve exhibition at the Memorial Acts later this October. maybe to conclude a bit on those 3 projects, you can see more of my work on my website. I've been also working on other different things, but I wanted to bring those 3 like different gestures together because like I think there is a link between all of these works in terms of like what I've been trying to do with the work. And I think it's like I've been trying to produce a poetic of the French Caribbean city that exists a little bit of like outside of the dominant frame, in dialogue with the visual words that I myself encountered while arpenting the margins of this city. So kind of like playing with those words, questioning them, like obviously it's not like any type of journalistic work or sociological work, and I'm using photography as a way to kind of like rebuild visual universe from my own lens while drawing on the imaginaries that I already find somehow present in the interstices of this city. And I'm interested in those words because like they contain imaginaries that the dominant image of the French Caribbean has consistently failed to register, like the parking lots, the ceremony, the snapshot story, the altar in the interstices of the city. Like these are not gaps in the image of the French Caribbean, like they are part of the image, or at least like it should be. And the post-colonial Caribbean city is not like, it's not this absence of the paradise that was promised or invented in this colonial imaginaries or in these postcards or in the way we consume also contemporary images of this place. It is a place where like in the gaps between what was imposed and what was like possible, life happened fully, inventively on its own terms. This is the city that I keep photographing and filming, and I think it's the city that the future of exhibiting Caribbean arts needs to find a way to hold. Thank you very much. Should I transfer this to the...
Oh, you can do it.
Let's do it.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedrine. We will now hear from Alexandre about Sansa Banza Lambi and reactivating the material archive of Caribbean music.
Okay, so hello everyone. Do you hear me correctly? It's working? Okay. So, like all the speakers before me, I'd like to warmly thank Cécile, Audrey, and Claire for the invitation, and as well as the entire team of the Hutchins Center. So, I'll begin with a brief disclaimer. As you'll see, I'm not a specialist in Caribbean art. My background is really in African art history. However, early in my career, I had the chance to encounter, almost by accident, extraordinary Caribbean objects to which I keep returning over the years. And when I received the invitation, I asked myself what I could bring into this discussion, and I thought it could be interesting to share my experience of working with musical instruments, objects that, due to their long confinement to the fields of ethnography and organology, are often marginalized within art museums and the canon of art history, despite their central role in the way Caribbean communities have, to quote Anne Lafont, stylized their life, even in the face of extreme violence and cultural dispossession. So I argue that musical instruments are crucial objects to consider for the density of historical, political, and spiritual dimension they embody, but also for the capacity, as vibrating and turbulent things, to unsettle and question museum conservation policies. So this paper is really at the intersection of my academic research on the transatlantic collecting practices of the French abolitionist Victor Schœlcher, and on my curatorial work at the Musée de la Musique, where I was in charge of the African, Asian, Oceanic, and American musical instruments between 2019 and 2025. But it's also the result of a more profound discomfort I experienced when I was appointed curator at the Musée de la Musique and realized I had to deal with so many silenced objects and had to find solutions to bring other stories and perspectives around these collections. And in my case, this has involved developing collaborative approaches, particularly with contemporary artists and musicians. So we already saw yesterday how musical instruments are visual and sonic components of numerous artistic imaginaries. But my idea today is to focus on projects that directly mine museum collections. And artistic engagement with colonial archives and collections is not new, but musical instruments have long remained on the margins of this movement. And recently, however, there has been a simultaneous rise in artistic interest in sonic objects and a growing willingness on the part of ethnographic or music museums to experiment with new epistemic approaches to these collections, including the wonderful exhibition at Musée d'Ethnographie de Genève, Afrosonica, Paysage Sonore, that was curated by Mo Laodi and Madeleine Leclerc. And so this renewed attention, particularly driven by artists from the Caribbean or attuned to Caribbean history, explores various ways to reactivate instruments and to challenge the classificatory and evolutionist displays to which many of them have been confined. And I use the term reactivation instead of playing, as most of these artistic interventions also engage with the material and spiritual vulnerability of these objects. Due to complex and often violent translocations, they cannot be returned to conventional use within a historical repertoire. Instead, these practices propose alternative aesthetic and poetic means to amplify or give them back voices. So numerous scholars and writers have demonstrated the crucial role of music and more broadly of performing arts in shaping the Black Atlantic. They have shown how repertoires and instruments traveled aboard slave ships and were reconfigured on plantations, nurturing various forms of cultural resilience. And many contemporary musical instruments from Guadeloupean Gwoka or Martinican Bele still act as potent sites of memory for musical resistance to slavery and colonialism. Travel narratives, notations, and illustrations produced in colonial context document the historical depth of these contemporary practices and reveal also the extraordinary musical diversity that used to be invented in the Caribbean from the 17th century. The description of music and dances on the plantations was a recurring topos in travel literature and contributed in sustaining also pro-slavery arguments about the supposed well-being of enslaved people. But as Mary Caton Lingold or Laurent Dubois demonstrate, despite being deeply flawed, these documents, when examined carefully, also preserve audible records that allow readers to hear echoes of performances that would otherwise remain lost to history. However, in contrast, the material sources of Caribbean music is harder to locate, although a few scholars succeeded in unearthing a handful of 18th and early 19th century Caribbean or Afro-Latin instruments from museum vault, including this lute that was acquired by John Gabriel Stedman and rediscovered in the 70s. So given the rarity of preserved ancient musical instruments, the small collection assembled by Victor Schœlcher and held at the Musée de la Musique since 1872 appears particularly exceptional. The memory of the French abolitionist, heralded as the archetype of the slave liberator by the Third Republic for his contribution in the elaboration of the 1848 decree abolishing slavery in the French colonies, resurfaced strongly in 2020 when several of his statues were the subject of iconoclastic gestures in Martinique, Guadeloupe, and Guyane. And Mathieu Cléa-Babonanque, photographic series Forever Weak and Ungrateful, produced 5 years prior to the events, perfectly captures the trouble caused by one of these monuments, the paternalistic statue by Louis-Ernest Barrias, erected in Cayenne in 1897. And this series exposes the enduring effect of Schœlcherism that obscured the agency and mobilization of enslaved men and women in ending slavery, while eluding Schœlcher's colonialist ideology. However, even though his memory remains largely anchored in material forms, Scholcher's vast collections, assembled during his travels in the Caribbean, Egypt, or Senegambia in the 1840s, have been largely overlooked due to the dispersal across several French collections where they remained largely invisible. As part of a project to compare the slave systems across the French, British, Spanish, Danish, and Netherlandish colonies, Scholcher traveled through the Caribbean in the 1840s, 1840, 1841, where he gathered observations and documents to inform the abolitionist articles and essays he had been publishing since the mid-1830s. In the meantime, he also collected numerous archaeological artifacts, everyday objects, but also material testimonies of the slavery system. And I will not delve into the complexity of this assemblage, the motivation behind it, or the modes of acquisition, but it's important to point that Scholcher paid particular attention to objects used or produced by enslaved people or by individuals of African descent throughout his itinerary. The collection includes, for instance, a cutlass used to cut sugarcane from Guadeloupe, the lock of a slave house from Martinique, a lighter and a calabash from Puerto Rico, and an exceptional knife described on its label as having belonged to a Maroon. Scholcher also collected several musical instruments, most of them in Haiti, where he was ardently willing to stop to meet the first Black Republic. And one of them has particularly attracted the attention of European and American scholars and instrument makers since its rediscovery in the years 2000. It's a gold lute that Scholcher described on the inscription he left on the leather soundboard as a banza, imitation d'un instrument africain d'usage général parmi les Noirs d'Haïti. And the instrument is now widely regarded as one of the only surviving examples, and certainly the best documented, of the lutes invented across the Caribbean and North America by enslaved musicians, and as an important milestone in the history of the American banjo. In this paper, I'd like to focus on a lesser-known instrument from Scholcher's collection, but which is no less fascinating. Recorded as a lamellophone from Haiti in the museum database, this sanza is one of the rare material archives of the practice of small lamellophones in the Caribbean. Lamellophones were invented in Central Africa during the first millennium, and the instrument reached the Americas in the wake of the transatlantic slave trade. Although its practice declined significantly over the 20th century, it persisted in certain regions, notably in Jamaica and Cuba, in the form of large lamellophones known as marimba or marimbula. Nevertheless, smaller sanzas, similar to those found in Africa, were once widely played across the Americas. Numerous textual and visual sources attest to their presence as early as the 18th century, including drawings by the French painter Jean-Baptiste Debray in Brazil. These images and testimonies reveal the instrument's ubiquity in the social life of enslaved populations. And, but the significance and so I also wanted to show you these documents that a colleague sent me, showing also the practice of lamellophone in Martinique. And these pictures represent indentured workers from Central Africa who arrived in Martinique in the 1850s. And you can see that they are holding big sanzas, similar in size to the one I'm commenting on. So the significance of this sanza extends far beyond its value as a material testimony of the practice of African lamellophones in the Americas. An inscription left by Scholcher, which we deciphered in 2024, reveal an additional layer of history. As it reads, instrument appelé en Afrique sanza, fait de souvenir par un esclave bossal à Puerto Rico. So, instruments called sanza in Africa, made from memory by a bossal slave in Puerto Rico. And these few words make it one of the rare objects that can be directly connected to the experience of a man who endured the Middle Passage. The materiality of the instrument speaks both to the traumatic history and to the cultural resilience of enslaved Africans. On the soundbox, made of 6 planks, likely recycled from packing crates, the musician carved the silhouette of a 3-masted ship with its sails and rigging rendered in precise details. And so, considering the trajectory of its maker, it's difficult not to see in this image an evocation of a slave ship, which, as Cheryl Finley has demonstrated, constitutes a key motif in the mnemonic aesthetics developed on both sides of the Atlantic. The story of Schulcher's Sansa is, in my opinion, a perfect example to stress the fact that musical instruments in general and Caribbean instruments in particular are always much more than sonic objects. More than any artifact, their transcultural trajectory makes them powerful historical and memorial vessels, as well as, to quote Cécile Fromont, evident objects of correlation that assemble and reconfigure forms, materials, techniques, motifs, and sounds from Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean, while also making visible and sometimes audible individual agencies and lived experiences. So in light of this, it's really essential to free them from museum displays that confine their interpretation to a mere organological framework and to approach them in their singularity as precious historical testimonies to the visual and sonic creativity of Caribbean communities. And in this context of in the context of the Musée de la Musique in Paris, where the display is largely organized chronologically and centered on the history of European scholarly music, we felt it was important to present this Sansa within the 18th century gallery as a counterpoint to the aristocratic harpsichords, violins, or hurdy-gurdies, some of them made of precious materials extracted from Africa and the Americas and adorned with racist images. This dialogue enables a broader understanding of the 18th century, one that accounts simultaneously for the musical cultures of the salon and for the musics played on the plantations from which aristocratic society derived both its wealth and its refinement. However, this historical approach reaches its limit when it comes to conveying the object's deep affective and intimate resonances, as well as addressing the processes of material and semantic atrophy suffered by these instruments within the walls of European museums. As this Sansa, with its only remaining lamella, the inscription that covers its surface, the Sansa still bears traces of almost 150 years of museumification, and like numerous Sansas in collections. So in the second part of this paper, I would like to focus on the various ways in which contemporary artists reactivate historical musical instruments as a means to challenge ethnographic narratives, to question the museum apparatus, and above all to open up alternative dimensions of these objects. So the first avenue of research lies in the direct reactivation of African and American musical instruments preserved in museums, not in the pursuit of a form of historical musical authenticity, but rather as a performative and critical act of awakening. And the work of the Anglo-Jamaican visual artist and musician Satch Hoyt is exemplary of this approach. For many years, through his sculptures, sound installations, and musical performances, he has been tracking what he calls the eternal Afro-sonic signifier. That is, quote, the ongoing process where African musical and cultural markers continue to shape and reshape the world, always in motion, but never losing their original, deeply rooted significance. Since 2017, he has developed a series of unmuting sessions involving ancient African musical instrument collections held in European music, which he conceives as a form of sonic restitution. Exploring a wide range of gestures, Satch Hoyt records these unmuting sessions directly within the museum's storage spaces before reassembling the collected material into new compositions. This approach inevitably raises the risk of cultural appropriation, of which the artist is fully aware, and we can also question the vain ambition of these sonic restitutions that will never equate to proper repatriation. But in my view, it has the great merit of testing the limit of museums' no-play conservation policy by prompting physical interaction with them while emphasizing the spiritual agency which museums should also consider. A second approach, opposite yet complementary to the unmuting, consists in questioning the apparent silencing of instruments when they enter museums by lending an ear to their persistent sonic life in the storage or in the galleries. So the work of Sami Balogi, who from his Congolese experience has always paid attention to the arts of the Black Atlantic, deserves to be mentioned. In 2023-2024, we invited him at the Musée de la Musique, where he worked from the extensive collection of Sansas, including the one collected by Schulcher in Puerto Rico. His reflection unfolding in two directions. While we were actively preparing the new permanent display, Sami decided to record these instruments at various stages of their museum life during their transport from storage to the lab, their restoration, or their acoustic measurements, by putting microphones on their surfaces, offering a large palette of sounds. While challenging the clinical and forensic treatment of non-European objects in museums, Samibiology also amplified their sonic resistance to detention. In the meantime, he also developed a monument for the new display, which explores the tension between the rich musical life of lamellophones and their transformation into collection items, silenced and subjected to conservation protocols at odds with their original use. The artist conceived a sculpture in the shape of an abstraction of a storage furniture on which a bronze cast of a large lubasanza is displayed upside down in its storage position that troubled Sami the first time he saw it in the basement. And placed in this position, the object almost resembles a spider, a living being that, despite its silence, seems ready to crawl and break free from the museum. The way of reproducing the instrument in order to stress the strangeness of its presence in a museum is reminiscent of two works of Mathieu Cléier-Baboninck. One is a bronze reproduction of a Wayana flute held at the Quai Branly. The other, which you can see on screen, is a replica of a Kuna shamanic necklace collected by Lady Richmond Brown in Panama and kept at the British Museum. And this gesture is intended as a way of extracting the instruments from the museum's colonial framework, but also of exploring, in the artist's words, quoting Viveros de Castro, the ambiguous ontology of these artifacts. We can also think of two recent installations of Myriam Mindou and Chloé Konam, who respectively petrified in ceramic and in blown glass Congolese and Beninese instruments from the Quai Branly collection. And by rendering them in these fragile materials, they also foreground their fragility, their fractures, losses, and missing parts that often result from their translocation. So the final approach to the artistic reactivation of musical instruments I would like to highlight is the one developed by Gaël Chouane in 2025, also as part of a residency at the Musée de la Musique. In this case, the reactivation is less concerned with producing sound than giving back its voice to the instrument. A French artist of Haitian descent, Gaël Chouane has always been interested in the material traces and residues of colonialism that she assembles into opulent and esoteric installations. For several years, the lambi has been a recurring pattern of her work, owing to its ubiquity in the Caribbean, as well as its communal, spiritual, and political dimension. Used as an instrument by the opening of a hole in its tip or on its side, the lambi has become, in particular, a potent symbol of the resistance and communication between enslaved people, and appears on several monuments commemorating the Negmaon, particularly in Haiti, where it is associated with the Bois Caïman ceremony and the start of the Haitian Revolution. In 2024, we invited Gaël Chouane to imagine an artwork from a large collection of conch shells coming from all over the world, lent by the Quai Branly to the Musée de la Musique. And we chose to gather the instruments based on geographic, aesthetic, but also energetic criteria. The refusal of the Quai Branly to play the instrument led the artist to conceive an alternative mode of reactivating the histories they embody. Rather than creating a work ex nihilo, she made the deliberate choice to inhabit the display case intended for this collection as an act of unmounting. So you see long brass roots, a material that conducts energy, intertwined to cradle the instruments, connect them into a network and render their vibrations perceptible, while also calling into question the supposed neutrality of the museum display apparatus. The installation is extended by a sonic component in the form of a shell to which visitors are invited to press their ear to listen through Gaël Chouane's voice to the singular history each shell conveyed to her during a session of mediumnic channeling in the Quai Branly's storage room. The instruments speak in the first person, recounting the trajectories, the attachments they have inspired over the course of their lives, as well as the desire to one day escape from the museum display case. So, to conclude, I have attempted in this paper to show the interest of centering musical instruments within discussions on the exhibition of both ancient and contemporary Caribbean arts. At the Shellshare collection shows, exceptional both for its age and its documentation, they have invaluable They are invaluable not only for tracing processes of cultural circulation and reinvention across the Atlantic, or for documenting the history of Caribbean music, but also for conveying in a profoundly synesthetic way individual experiences. This in turn calls for the development of alternative approaches to activating the polysemy, notably through collaborations with artists interested in working with and challenging the constraints imposed by the museum setting and the fragility of these objects. Another important perspective is to consider how this musical archive might also exist beyond the museum, throughout the Caribbean and more widely the Americas. And the recent history of the Haitian banza is an illustrative example. Since its rediscovery in the years 2000, it has been widely reproduced by American instrument makers and circulated across the US by musicians interested in the early history of the banjo. It eventually reached Guadeloupe, where a replica is now displayed at the Musée d'Art d'Histoire de Pointe-à-Pitre. One might hope that the Puerto Rican sanza will sometime similarly attract the attention of Caribbean instrument makers, musicians, and researchers eager to return it to its musical use and to resocialize it through performance. Thank you.
Will Cyprien and Alexandre join us at the front? Since we started about 15 minutes late, I hope it's okay if we go a little bit over time. I know we obviously have lunch and to go see the exhibition. But before we get into the opening up the discussion, I just wanted to sort of respond to Cyprien and Alexandre's rich interventions by thinking about our guiding questions of curation and sovereignty. Cyprien, I was struck by your discussion of the very marketed, curated postcard imagery of Martinique. It reminded me of the Mauritian artist Kamal Mackerel, who I know Usha knows quite a lot about, and their series called Breaking the Subjectivity of Tropical Emptiness, where they sort of recreate scenes from touristic postcards, but recentering trans brown bodies where they're usually absent. But thinking about your two papers in coordination, I was reminded of a recent book by Alejandro Madrid Gonzalez in the music department here at Harvard. It's about what he calls the oral city, and he takes this idea from the Uruguayan thinker Angel Rama with this idea of the lettered city, which is a metaphor for the curation and creation of sort of an intellectual elite that controls sort of culture through writing. And he says that basically you see this same thing being done through sound. And he writes about all sorts of things, which it's incredibly rich. But one of the most exciting things for me is the way he writes about these Mexican microtonal pianos at the start of the 20th century that tried to sort of break the way that European pianos are sort of tuned. But the way that more recent artists have also, in response to those pianos, started playing them differently. And he has this sentence which I'd like to share, which is that although these instruments were designed with specific musical goals, they have the anarchist potential of becoming sources of new sounds and creative processes in line with the sonic affordances which are stored in the instruments. And really this, Alejandro says, can apply to all instruments. So I guess, given both of you are sort of asking these questions about the relationship between how the Caribbean should look and sound, how it does look and sound, and how it might look and sound, I wanted to begin by asking you, what is the anarchist potential of these archives that you've brought to us today? Or what is the counter-sovereignty of them? And how might they be in conversation with each other? So what is the shared sovereignty that is imagined in this curation the two of you have done together, where the sounds of the motorcycle and the imagined sounds of the sansa are both part of the same Caribbean?
Should I start? Thank you so much for the insight, and I really like the work of this Mauritian artist that you stated in the beginning. It's an interesting parallel. I mean, in terms of, I can only speak about the way I work and where I came from, kind of like starting to produce images and started to be interested about the city. And I think one aspect was that simply by being there and by being with people my age, I was seeing kind of like this huge gap in like the image I was seeing of the French Caribbean, kind of like circulated broadly within the French landscape, and the experience I had of the people I was around and these things I was experiencing within the city. And I think like this kind of like gap between, like huge gap between representation and experience, also in regard to a newer generation of young French Caribbean people that is emerging now in times of social media, in times of globalization. It's a very different generation from the generation of my dad, which was this generation that went to France to work and that kind of like built, or like was built also very much around this imaginary of auntianity and like what it means to be French Caribbean back then, right after departmentalization, coming to France, like zouk as music instead of like chata as music now. Like there's a lot of like shifts in this, like that happened within these two generations that is kind of like undocumented. And I felt like, okay, what I'm seeing happening now in the city and among young people is very much a product of also the access in the French Caribbean to like globalized Black cultures that didn't have access to before. So like saying, oh, the United States is there, and this is like Miami, and this is Atlanta, and this is what people are doing on social media, and Jamaica is so close, and this is like very strong, also like very strong Black Caribbean culture, and like somehow the access to these things that are somehow also geographically much closer to us, which we didn't really have access to before because we were so much like framed into looking into one direction, which is like France. That kind of like opened up not so much within the last 15 years with the internet and social medias, etc. And I was very interested into like kind of like touching as like this generation and try to like capture it with my work. And I felt like just the framework of this was very much the city and the edges of the city. And like I come from also a very much urban background because I was raised in the suburbs of Paris. So like some of the concrete was also my entry points to the Caribbean was always through like, okay, I mean, I like to go to the beach and stuff, but for me, what I know and what is similar to what I do in France when I go there is like hang out in the city. And kind of like also seeing the specificities of this place in comparison to what you experience also in the suburbs of Paris, where there's this much more broader like mix of people with different immigration backgrounds. So like kind of like all these experiences led me to wanna frame this new generation within my lens, I would say, and explore a little bit like the Creolization or hybridization that is at play today within these territories and this parts of the city, and what the young people do there, and like what interests them and how they represent themselves also. Because I think like the bigger shift that's been very interesting for the Caribbean is that like, okay, for so long we didn't really have so many representations of ourselves. I think also like the work of all these writers we've been sitting before was an attempt through writing to kind of like foster first representation from within the Caribbean of this place. And like some of the photography came very late on this. There was not really a culture of people in the Caribbean making photographs to document what is their life and et cetera, et cetera. Like the visual regime or like pictures were very much like dominated by tourism. So I think like thinking for me always very much from the perspective of the image and the visual, which is where I kind of like come from. It was quite interesting to feel like this what social media and like the capacity of everyone to take pictures with a smartphone and everything did to the Caribbean, also as a way to like, okay, now we can also just like show ourselves and discuss with these other places and like see all this like other European cultures and appropriate some stuff for ourselves, but also show them what we do and how we do it here. And I feel like all of this is very interesting to like also ideas of futurities in the Caribbean, because it gives also a lot of power for people to kind of like show version or like curate also version of the Caribbeans that were before only mostly curated by friends.
Thank you for the question and also for the book reference. I didn't know, so I'll read it for sure. So it's difficult for me to speak about sovereignty from my position of a Parisian curator and working within the institution. So I will not try to answer your question. But what was important for me was maybe to reveal, if we could speak of a sovereignty of objects, maybe the resistance of objects to the museum, and this is something that is that started questioning me when I was when I arrived at the music museum, and I was confronted to so many objects that were silenced for so many years, that were often badly damaged due to terrible conditions of conservation during the 20th century. So I didn't know really if these objects were still alive or could still be connected to present communities or to present artists, and that's why I wanted to show the work of Sami Balogi, even though we're in a different context. But Sami was and Yumna Saba, other artists, were also really attentive to showing how showing and listening to the sonic affordance that you mentioned of objects, and the fact that even though we cannot play them as traditional banza or traditional sanza, they still have a musical potential embedded in their materiality, and that we can listen to this potential even though we do not activate, we do not play the lamella, or we do not play the strings of the banza. They have a sonic potential, as everybody, as every plant or human being or objects in the world. And so I thought that was a really interesting gesture. And another maybe element, it's not an answer to your question, but one issue for me also, working on the collecting practices of a very contested figure, is also, as Justine also said earlier, trying to find other stories and reveal the other stories that are embedded in these objects, and that we cannot reduce and limit these objects to the fact that they were collected as part of a colonial project or an abolitionist project. We need also to try to show also the experiences of the people who produced these objects, who used these objects, who connected to these objects. So this is something that is very crucial in the way I try to approach the study of collecting practices, how we can also not forget the agency of the makers. Yeah.
Do we have any questions from the room? Yes.
Well, thank you so much for your two presentations. Céline, I wanted to react and comment, and at the same time, I mean, you said several times, this is not a sociological or historical study, and I'm a photographer producing images, etc. And still, because I do sociology and history, I will react as such, but also as someone who spent a significant part of her childhood and teenage years at Cité aux Anames, so that wasn't Cité Dillon, but Cité aux Anames. And I mean, the first thing I think about when I see this young men on their motor bicycle is the noise, is the constant noise, and how stressful it was to live in a place where you always have this noise. The second thing is, because it is a very, I mean, you're looking at this young man and at forms of displays of masculinity. And masculinity is not just as, you know, something produced by from afar by France, etc. So something that they are also enacting in a certain way. And I'm thinking about how the way they would actually occupy part of the space also meant that girls had to find the routes to avoid some of those places, to avoid the very regular, because now I'm driving, I don't know, and I'm older, but as a young girl and young woman, the pss, 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 Chabine, even when you're not Chabine. And that was such, and that was making me so angry. I talk a lot about emotions today. That was making me so angry, so upset as a young woman. And so I would like to know, where were the girls in your project? Would you see them? What were the boys talking? Would the boys talk about the girls? Because what was interesting was that when you heard the psst, and you would actually go and say, okay, what's up? They actually didn't have anything to say, really.
Often no.
But that was part of the interactions, but there was something like heavy about it. And another thing that I was thinking about when you talked about the production of it, the city itself, it's funny, looking at something totally different, I found that disputes between Aimé Césaire as mayor and the préfet about the construction of the Dillon Stadium at the end of the 60s. I think the stadium was inaugurated, we were in 1990 maybe, something like that. And it was a battle, to have this stadium, and the stadium is an important space, and to a certain extent, they are contributing to the production of the city itself. But there was a local political will. It took time, but he got his stadium because he thought it was a necessity. And maybe one last thing, and I thought it was so important the moment when you addressed the question of grief, because these motorcycles are also, to me, the very regular death of this young man. And the fact that in the neighborhood, the son of this person, the friend of this person, the brother of this person has died. And at some point it was every 4, 5, 6 months, one young man was dying on his motorcycle. And so this grief is such a strong also part of the story, which might explain why I couldn't stay mad too long after this group of men, but that is definitely a significant part of the story. And the last thing I wanted to say was that even without the internet, end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s, people listen to Zouk, but they listen to dancehall. My first CD is a Buju Banton CD in 1991. You listen to salsa. There are connections, and I would love for this sort of in-between generations, between your father generation and yourself, to also, we had only 2 channels on TV, and TV started at 3 p.m., but some people had this big antenna, and they had they were able to have programs from the US or from St. Lucia or from Puerto Rico and other places, and we listened to there was a circulation as well. And so that intermediate generation also matters.
Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of elements. I think one thing that always pops up in every talk where I present my work is the question of but where are the girls in your work? This question I get all the time. I think people assume I'm gonna work on, in the era of feminism, people assume I'm gonna work on girls because I'm a girl myself, and they're always grieving that I don't. And I would say in this stadium specifically, there are 2 girls doing cabrage. One is 14-year-olds, and it's apparently the next new superstar of cabrage in Martinique. And then of course you have women as part of so the thing is they would do on Saturdays those kind of like open moments on the stadium where they come and they do the cabrage and they practice and they perform. And then because there's nothing to do in Fort-de-France on a Sunday, like everything is closed. You really don't really have so much. People will come with their cars and they will park and they will do barbecue and they will watch, and it becomes like this kind of like spectacle. So there you find, of course, a lot of women. But I think for me, the experience of what was interesting in this work was the experience of myself being a female photographer, right, looking at these young men. And I think somehow really, for me, it facilitated the work in some way. Or like, I would say like, in the way I work, because I'm a female photographer, like you're a white man photographing, you can go anywhere, photograph everything. It's almost like it's your attire, it's like the photographer. You can do, people will not even ask you why you take a picture of something. It's like, oh, this white guy is photographing some stuff. Like as a woman, you're often also the object of the gaze. So like when you photograph something, people are always questioning like, but what are you doing? Why are you photographing this thing? So you attract attention, but then this attention also becomes a way to connect and a way to kind of like build relationships, right? Which is quite interesting. And I think in this like context of going to the stadium with like not so many women, especially not any woman with a camera, like some of the curiosity of what I was doing was too strong. Like they couldn't resist that to know like, oh, you want a photographer? Okay. And then like it becomes a little bit like this dance with which you can play, and where it becomes also interesting as an artist to play with this kind of like boundaries of like, okay, then like, okay, like will this person let me photograph it? Would they let me also like access with time something a little bit more soft, like less of this persona that you're like giving in the first place. So I think like this was something quite interesting to experience with this young man, that like as I was like spending time there, I could also access to these more like vulnerable moments where they were just like not performing also always. Like this just in between moments where they're looking out or they're in their thoughts. So like, and this was like quite interesting for me to work a little bit like on those edges of, okay, the way they're trying to self-fashion, but at the same time, like, you can access a little bit like something with photography, sometimes in portraiture, that is a little bit like on the edge of the performance and somehow someone being in their thoughts. And this was quite interesting. And then another event that happened was like, so I started doing these photographs, and a couple of months later, I was contacted by the New York Times. It was right after COVID, and they asked me like, okay, we're looking for photographers all around the world to like propose stories about young people rebuilding community after COVID. And they asked me if I wanted to propose something, and I was like, well, I met in the summer these young boys and I photographed them quite a bit, like could be interesting to do a piece on the parking lot. And they were very excited, and they were like, okay, let's do it. So I went back, I did more photographs, and they wanted the boys to like be interviewed and like be part of the piece. And so I had to tell the boys, I was like, okay, so the New York Times is interested in the parking lot, and they want me to like publish these pictures I made of you. And it's not really the picture you would expect they would want to show, because it's like, it's girly in a way, like it's them, it's a bit like the colors, more pastel, and the light is a little bit soft, and they're a little bit like in their more soft moments, but they loved it, and they were like, wow, but it's amazing, yes, we're gonna do it. And they loved the pictures. And like for me, it was this moment of like, this is quite interesting also how, you know, you can produce images of people that they don't expect to be so much, or they would not represent themselves so much in that way, but still they like it. And I think like this approbation, then we built like a full relationship on this, and we went, this what allowed also to do this film together, where like then I witnessed this one guy I photographed died, and then I figured within 3 months there were 3 of the guys actually. I mean, we focused on one, but there were 3 of the guys I initially photographed that passed away. So this moment I figured like, okay, after also building relationship with them for some time, this is a real part of their reality, and also like the way they kind of like build visual universe around it, because every time it's like the stories, the snapshots, the pictures, the ceremonies in the city, in the stadium. So like there is kind of like this tradition being built around this kind of like risk that the cabrage brings with it. And I found this quite fascinating also, like all these young boys kind of like appropriate some things they saw for sure in video clips like NSC and whatever is really coming from the US, this old NSC culture, but at the same time like some things that are very Caribbean, like with this like red candles and all these things that you can see also on All Saints, what people do in the cemeteries, like the way they reenact all this kind of like small rituals, mixing it with motorcycle culture. I found like it was fascinating, and like also like building this relationship. I was like, okay, then let's try to make a film out of it. And so like went there on the day of the anniversary of the death of Lucci, and then we were like, let's have a real ceremony, like let's call people, but like let's make it a film. And I think the interesting part is like the way they represent themselves already, like without needing anyone else, through stories. And I mean like bike life is very big in general, I think, on social media, so they don't really need, like they don't need me to create images of them, and like they were already doing it before, which is quite interesting. Like they build their own like visual culture around their practice and like counterculture and everything. And so like this was very kind of like very easy to mobilize within a film, and it kind of like felt that I was making a fiction even though it was a documentary, because like they already have like all these codes of performance, which was like interesting to play with. The performativity of the motorcycle, like cabrage, but also like the self-fashioning, everything like that they were trying to enact about themselves, that they do already for social media, was kind of like made it very fictional already to make a film about it, and this was quite interesting.
I'm just conscious of time. We had a question from Patrick, but maybe if it's very quick, we can have a very quick answer, and then we can continue the discussion over lunch.
So I'll be very quick. Thank you both for your presentations. I'm from Haiti, and I used to do cabrage in Haiti.
You did cabrage.
Yeah, and so, you know, before I came to the US, my mother asked me to promise her not to do any kind of motorcycle work in Haiti because no insurance and so forth. And I remember when I first came in December, and I asked her, where's my motorcycle? She said my uncle had it, and it's been prolonged until I stopped riding, and then 10 years later I bought my own bike, and she's like, I thought I had it out of you. But anyway, it's a very interesting culture. So the question that I have for you, Céline, and then for both of you, in terms of performance, the scene where the young man at night looking at the camera, gazing, is on slow motion. I think he's riding maybe the bike 100cc, 150cc, which is a little bit heavier. Is at night. Although it's slowed down, I'm guessing that the distance that he's riding is anywhere from 300 to 500 yards, right? And he's gazing at you without looking ahead. Were you thinking of danger at any moment? Because that gaze, right? That gaze is so long. As somebody who rode a bike, I was scared for him. So I was wondering whether or not were you aware of any kind of danger. It's a beautiful shot, right? Giving that gaze, right? So the question that I have for both of you is with the lambi. And the lambi, which you really did not talk about much, but it is an object. It's not just musical. It is spiritual. It is also an instrument people used to use as far as fighting is concerned, almost like a faux point, right? And also in the Caribbean, it's been also depleted. Talking about masculinity, it's also seen as an aphrodisiac. So how are you looking at the lambi? Is it only through its musical lens or through several layers, all the lenses as well, for both of you, Alexandre and Cédrine?
So maybe I start with this scene of the cabrage. So it's actually riding in circle. This is why the shot is so long. So it's like, and it's a specific trick. So it's like kind of like the only one in the group that can do this. And he like was riding in circle, and I was turning with the camera at the same time. So it was really like a dance. And I was trying like to not break this eye contact that I find like quite strong. I feel like this enduring shot, because it's so enduring, And like he has this like mask, and first you think like, it's this type of like young thug, but then like the gaze is so enduring and so like, and he connects in a way that is, I find like quite interesting, and it's like very performative, also very slow. And like this aspect of noise that you mentioned, like somehow, so like, I mean, that was for the presentation, but it's also kind of like, I didn't want to work with, I felt like the silence of it like made it quite, almost like meditative, like you could connect, it's quite meditative almost. And it made me think, like yesterday when you shared like this vibration that we had to like, it made me feel of like the bike when you like, this vibration on the concrete when you like, and I was like, it's interesting, this trembling is a bit like the bike. And I found like it's quite a deep, like quite low vibration that I felt like matched quite with this more like poetic approach to it that I find quite interesting. And then for the lambi, I use it a lot in my work, but I think I use it kind of like as a portal. So it's like kind of like this object that refers to so much in Caribbean history, but my project is also not about this history, like it's about this like younger generation, but this object works also as a portal to the past without having to explain everything in the work always. Like, okay, so we're gonna show the statue, the city, the colonial. Like, it's like this simple object embodies like a lot of stories that you can, if you want, like look into, but at the same time, and I think like it's interesting, Caribbean people get it in like immediately. They're like, yes, the lambi. And then for other people, you have to explain a little bit like more what it means. But I felt like it works quite interestingly as a portal. It opens a window to the past into like very much contemporary life of the city, and it's everywhere. So it's kind of like this little portal you find like in so many places in the contemporary city, right?
Can we have a quick response from Alexandre, and then let's get lunch?
Yeah, quickly. The lambi is fascinating because it's usually seen as the first instrument that humans made, but it has so many dimensions, so many uses to communicate as a symbol of resistance and opposition. You can bring it to war in different cultures. It's an object that is spiritual also, and so you can, from this instrument, talk about the meaning of music, in fact, and that's why we wanted to work with these objects. And but in her work, Gaëlle Chouane explores all the dimensions of the lambi, not only the musical side of it. That's why also we contacted her, because she already dealt with these objects in the past, but she didn't tackle the musical aspect of lambi. So it was the opportunity for her and for us to collaborate on this aspect. And what was also interesting in the collaboration with Gaëlle Chouane was that from a Caribbean experience, from the Caribbean experience of the lambi and how it's used, what it means in the context of Haiti, she was able also to show the diversity, the multiplicity, the polysemy of these instruments throughout the world. And so I found this, the way she approached the collection, very interesting, because she made sure to convey the meaning of lambi in the Caribbean societies and in Haiti in particular, but also to capture what these instruments meant in the Pacific or in India, for example. And for instance, Gaëlle was very interested in the Indian vision of the conch shell that produces the first sound of the universe. This is something that is very important for her, because there's a mediumnic side of her artistic activity, and so this aspect was very crucial, and so she could deeply relate to the way conch shells are used in Hindu rituals, for example. So yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's break and let's go look at some art as well. So thank you very much.
Check, check.
I'm expecting to see the busking man. All right. What the hell?
I just pulled this up.
Oh no, I'm just trying to.
I accidentally closed your YouTube.
No, it's fine. I'm just waiting. I never got the link from Audrey, and I don't know. I think she's downstairs, so I'm just trying to see if I can. Honestly, she might have sent it, and my Outlook is just not
Receiving it?
Yeah, I mean, I tested Outlook. Like, I sent an email to myself, and I did get it. So I don't know. Alice, maybe one. I shouldn't have went to junk because I. Just so weird how that never showed up.
Any look?
Jim sent me a test email, so I'm hoping I get it.
Who was first? Audrey. Another one, right?
No, she's last, so. I'm still not getting it.
And there's no videos of Marina's?
No. Okay. I never got the link. It could be. Yes. It could be. Could it, yeah. Okay. Doesn't want that video, but we're gonna.
Did I send it to the wrong person? Which
Sometimes Outlook likes to not sync my email sometime too, so I've been hitting the sync button less. Thankfully, once I have one, it was so easy to. So.
Oh no, I sent it to the person who's listening.
Oh, it's okay.
That's the second email I sent her, but so I sent so it's C. Your email is
CC. Let me see if I can pull it up here. CCOVIELLO@fas.harvard.edu.
Thank you very much. You're wondering what's wrong with her.
Imitation copy. Yeah. It's all good. That was just like my email. There it is. Oh, perfect. Okay. All right, let me get that up. And then there's a timestamp. I can get that too. I got this link. I'm just gonna throw it on. There you go.
You're manually typing it?
Yeah. Because I don't feel like logging in.
Are you live on YouTube right now?
Yeah, but everything's muted, right? Oh, everyone heard me just now.
Is water okay in this room or no?
Yeah, water's totally cool.
Eh bien, il y avait un gros problème de décor.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being back for our last panel of this fantastic conference, of which Cécile is the initiator. Audrey, the co-conspirator. It's funny because someone called you Celeste earlier. And it's funny, of which Cécile is the instigator, Audrey the co-conspirator, and myself as well, and all of us together. I'll be brief. Our last panel, in a way, might be the most important one to the extent that it reminds us why we do the work we do, to encounter publics. And so, entitled Public Facing, it will feature the work of 3 scholars, among whom, to start from the last, Audrey Célestine, Michael Carouge, and to go to the first, Marina Klieger. And Marina and I had the pleasure to meet with Cécile earlier in the organization of the event and the exhibition because of Van Leeuwen's interest in bringing to the fore the art historical grounding of so much of the genealogical work we want to do in presenting the work of contemporary Caribbean and Guyanese artists. And so it is my great pleasure to now welcome Marina to speak about her journey into the journey of the journey, right? Of Brunias's, coming to the Harvard Art Museum by way of the Peabody, and maybe Marina also sharing with us how you envision the possible encounter between Brunius's work and the work of some of the Caribbean painters who are featured in Vent-Levé. Should I introduce Marina further in terms of her? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so please, Marina.
All right. Actually, I had a second option for the title slide. Couldn't quite decide. All right. Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Cecile. Thank you, Audrey, for inviting me. It's a humbling pleasure to be here. So I'm just going to position myself a little bit before diving in. I am an art historian, and I was also the Rousseau Fellow in European Art at the Harvard Art Museums up until a couple of months ago. And I'm consulting on the ongoing sort of interpretive strategy for these works by Brunius. All right, so when I first started my fellowship in the fall of 2022, my colleagues were beginning the surprisingly Byzantine process of accessioning a selection of paintings from the university's Peabody Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology. And among these transferred works were a set of 6 small paintings by the itinerant 18th century artist Agostino Brunius, which, thanks to the somewhat arbitrary rules and boundaries of the curatorial division of labor in this museum and others, they came to me very happily. As many of you, I'm sure, know, Brunius was Italian by birth and worked in London as a draftsman and decorative painter for the British architect Robert Adam from the late 1850s to the late 1860s. Then sometime between, and that sort of uncertainty will be a recurring motif in this talk, sometime between 1767 and 1770, he traveled to the British West Indies as the personal artist of Sir William Young, a plantation owner from Antigua, who became president of the Commission for the Sale of Lands in the so-called ceded islands of Dominica, St. Vincent, Grenada, and Tobago, precisely when they were transferred from French to British rule at the conclusion in 1763. Though Young embezzled funds entrusted to him and was ruined politically and financially by 1773, Brunius remained in the Caribbean almost continuously until his death in 1796. Like many of his works, Harvard's paintings depict free and enslaved people of African, European, Kalinago descent in scenes of sociability, commerce, and leisure within these lush, picturesque landscapes. Harvard's paintings echo many compositions attributed to the artist in the postures, the gestures, the clothing and accessories of the individual figures, and in the broader themes and groupings selected for this suite: nude women bathing, Afro-descendant and indigenous Kalinago peoples, women of color in pristine white and colorfully patterned garments, and women selling fruit. I won't go further into that subject right now. Of course, they give no hint of the violence inflicted by the plantation economies imposed on these so-called new British possessions at precisely the moment when Brunius was residing in them. Now, what distinguishes these 6 paintings from many others in other collections are their versos. And I'm showing you just one here. It's the back of that one. And these versos bear 18th century descriptive inscriptions and labels that recount their earliest provenance and long institutional history at Harvard. And just to say, by contrast, most paintings by the artist in institutional collections have been sort of decoupled from their early histories. There are a few exceptions, but for the most part. Now, the history preserved on the backs of these paintings, along with the ever-present colonial context of their production, the complexities of the societies they represent, and the promiscuity and instability of their visual language, present unique challenges and opportunities for the painting's upcoming installation in the Harvard Art Museum's permanent collection galleries, and perhaps also for their display at the Van Leve exhibition. So today I'm going to take you through the circumstances that led to the painting's arrival at Harvard and their successive institutional reclassification from 1790 to the present. In the second half of my talk, I'll share some of the plans for their display and interpretation at the Harvard Art Museums, and then we can take it from there. So, as the carefully penned central label on the back of each canvas recounts, 6 paintings by Brunius, quote, representing the people of different color in some of the islands in the West Indies, end quote, were presented to Harvard College by John Gardner of Pownallborough, which is now in Maine, in 1790. This provenance is corroborated by several archival records that also detail the array of other items Gardner gifted to the university between 1786 and 1791, including coins, medals, prints, books, that sort of thing. These were the only paintings. Now, Gardner was a Boston-born lawyer. He was educated in Glasgow and London. And from 1769 to 1783, he resided in St. Kitts, where he represented the interests of the island's planter elite as both a barrister and an elected member of the Colonial Assembly. He prospered enough to purchase property in the town of Basse-Terre, as well as a small plantation outside the town, which was worked by at least 8 enslaved laborers. Okay. Gardner and Brunius's transatlantic trajectories overlapped significantly, as you can see from my handy little timeline, but you'll also notice that on Brunius's side, there's a lot of circa, as you know, there's still a lot that we don't know about his movements. And the exact details of the artist's movements among the islands within the archipelago remain uncertain. But it's in the context of that movement between islands that I'm thinking about these kinds of small, portable, and relatively coarsely executed paintings. There are much larger ones that are handled differently. These seem to be handled with a certain looser, quicker application. And at least in the case of the works at Harvard, they were painted on larger, unstretched pieces or rolls of canvas, cut out more or less along graphite lines that frame the compositions and are sometimes still visible along the cut edges. And I now wish I had a photo of that, but I did not think of that at the time. And finally, they were affixed to their strainers after the fact of being painted. So obviously, these were portable objects. In the absence of an archival trail, the works themselves proclaim Brunius's sojourns to a handful of islands beyond his home base of Dominica and St. Vincent, and that includes St. Kitts. These two large watercolors, which are in Oak Springs, at the Oak Springs Garden Foundation, these were in the collection of Paul Mellon, like the Yale Center for British Art, but these remained with his wife, who founded this foundation. And so these are attributed to Brunius based on similarities with panoramic views and figures in other of his works, and are, as far as I know, the only works by Brunius to explicitly show enslaved laborers engaging in sugarcane cultivation and processing. Now, inscriptions along their bottom edges identify the sites as the Sandy Point plantation of Sir Patrick Blake in the northwest of St. Kitts, and recognizable from a number of typographical features like I believe that's Brimstone Hill. Though born in St. Kitts, Blake was an absentee landlord and featured among the group of British colonial officials and plantation owners to whom Brunius dedicated prints published during his brief return to London in the late 1770s. I don't know under what specific circumstances prompted what is clearly a commission, but I can make some guesses, but we don't know. I don't know when they were made. A more precise date for Brunius's presence in St. Kitts is suggested by this print, or rather this half of a print. Of the naval battle that brought the island back under French control in January 1782 during the American Revolutionary War. The words "taken on the spot" here, and Brunius's name, which you can't quite see here, but it's there, indicating he was the draftsman for this composition, but not its engraver. These details proclaim Brunius as the draftsman and thus an eyewitness to the battle. A Catholic and likely a French speaker, thanks to his youthful association with the French Academy in Rome, Brunius seems to have been on good terms with the occupying French forces. This suite of 6 paintings, recently acquired by the Huntington, are inscribed Le Comte Dion on their frames, indicating their first owner was none other than Arthur de Dion, the French military governor of St. Kitts from February 1782 until the Treaty of Paris returned the island to British control in 1783. Now, John Gardner profited from the brief French presence on St. Kitts too, declaring himself an American patriot after nearly 20 years outside of the country. He secured an appointment, likely from the military governor himself, as the island's attorney general. And upon returning to Boston at the end of the war in 1783, he made ample use of this fact to secure citizenship for himself, his Welsh wife, and British-born children, as well as in his efforts to recover the extensive property forfeited by his loyalist father, Dr. Sylvester Gardner. Gardner's paintings by Brunius may also have served to bolster his position in Massachusetts after the Revolution. Both the meeting minutes that record Gardner's gift to Harvard in 1790 and a short notice about recent donations to the university misattribute Brunius's nationality to French. One begins to wonder, with this repetition, whether Gardner's patronage of a French artist during his residence in the British West Indies further reinforced his transformation into an American revolutionary. We do know one concrete way in which Gardner profited from Brunius's paintings of Caribbeans of color, paid for, at least in part, through the labor of the enslaved. 6 months after his gift of the paintings, that is in May 1791, Harvard College granted Gardner an honorary degree, which the Columbian Sentinel, a newspaper in Boston, speculated he took in order to obtain access to the college library. Now, the repository Gardner intended for his, what he described as 6 capital paintings by Brunius, was the university's first museum. And this research, I have to say, is all of this I'm aware of because of a great exhibition called the Philosophy Chamber, organized by Ethan Lasser, like almost 10 years ago now. Anyway, so the small room inside the college library in Harvard Hall, and so it's either one of these 2 rooms would have been the Museum of Curiosities. Housed rare and valuable curiosities, including minerals, plant and animal specimens, Native American objects, and ancient artifacts. And along with the scientific instruments stored in the nearby apparatus closet, so it'd be the one on the opposite side, these items were meant to animate lectures in Harvard's Philosophy Chamber, a large, ornately decorated room that also displayed monumental portrait paintings of Harvard's benefactors, busts of famous men, and reproductive prints of foundational historical narratives for Britain and America. Yet, unlike these other works by, quote unquote, eminent Euro-American artists, Brunius's paintings occupied the crowded shelves of the adjacent museum. And as Ethan Lasser, the curator of the exhibition I mentioned, speculates, their placement was perhaps due to the confluence of their singular content and the college's natural history curriculum, which was already engaging with theories of racial classification and difference throughout the 18th and early 19th centuries. Sorry, this is just a contemporaneous print of Harvard Hall, which is the building with the cupola. Perhaps more than the images themselves, although arguable, the inscriptions on the back of the paintings, inked in an elegant 18th century hand on a strip of paper affixed to the bottom of the strainer, so that would be here, as well as in a hastier fashion directly on the wood of the strainer at the top. These inscriptions play into this larger Enlightenment project quite directly. As Mia Bagneris invites us to notice, the paintings themselves can sometimes undermine the very racial categories they seem to construct through their promiscuous repetitions and sometimes ambiguous inconsistencies within and across canvases. The inscriptions, on the other hand, assign the figures stable racial identities using period language, like mulattress, Negro, and Carib, despite or perhaps because of the multivalent features and shades of beige, brown, and ochre with which Brunius fashioned his figures. The source of the inscriptions is uncertain. Ethan Lasser assumed they were added during their residence next door to the philosophy chamber. Other scholars I've consulted with argue they could well be by the artist himself. Also unclear is what happened to Brunius's paintings when the collections of the philosophy chamber were dispersed around 1820 to make room for the ever-expanding library stacks. Many of the various specimens that were once displayed together were transferred to more specialized collections attached to newly formed academic disciplines around Harvard. But Brunius's paintings seem to have remained in the library's collections for the next 70 years, perhaps without leaving a trace, though I'm still looking. The paintings briefly resurface within university records in a routine note acknowledging their deposit at the library of the Peabody Museum on January 30th, 1890, which happens to be the same year that the first significant investigation of Brunius's work appeared in the inaugural issue of the French journal L'Anthropologie, launching his reputation as a quote-unquote ethnographic painter. And this is just an image of the Peabody's displays from around the time that the paintings would have entered their collection. And I don't know for sure, but you can see the sort of framed works on paper above the cabinets, and perhaps that was one of the ways the paintings would have functioned within that museum. Oh, sorry. In the 20th century, the paintings seem to have fallen into obscurity once again and were found uncatalogued in a storage room in 1975 when they were finally officially accessioned and thus accessible to researchers outside of Harvard. One of the earliest of whom was Alexandra Cummings, now the director of the Barbados Museum. So after 50 years of art historical reassessment, which I won't get into, Brunius's paintings have once again journeyed to a new repository at Harvard. Accessioned 3 years ago, they will be installed in the Art of the 18th Century Atlantic World Gallery in 2027. This gallery combines works by British, North American, and Latin American artists, including works by indigenous makers, like the unidentified Peruvian painter of the Standing Madonna towards the center of the composition, which, yeah. Okay. There are also objects and furniture that relate to and are called out as being related to the triangular trade, including a silver sugar dish and a ceramic punch bowl with the image of a slave ship on it. And so the Brunius paintings, well, I can tell you exactly where they're gonna go. They're gonna go where George Washington is right now. So he's gonna come down at the end of the year, and the Brunius paintings will go up. Adjacent to, significantly, John Singleton Copley's posthumous portrait of Nicholas Boylston, who was the Harvard benefactor whose family amassed their fortune by trading enslaved Africans, as well as Asian ceramics and textiles and Peruvian silver through their shipping company. The large ledgers on the table, as my colleague Horace Ballard has written in the label. So those large ledgers on the table and the company ship in the background allude to this source of wealth, while also obscuring the systems of exploitation on which that wealth was accrued. In some ways not so different from the Brunius paintings themselves, in that veiling. This pairing offers an opportunity not only to call out the legacy of slavery embedded in the university's collections, but also to reunite in a single room works of art previously segregated by hierarchies of subject matter and value. Another later version of this very portrait was commissioned by Harvard for the Philosophy Chamber in 1773, where it would have hung while Brunius's works were stored in the Museum of Curiosities. So a number of interpretive decisions still need to be made. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Chief among them is how to address the 18th century titles that accompany the works, whether to preserve their original language, laden with outdated derogatory racial terminology, or to amend them to inclusively register all the depicted figures using community-preferred designations and language that resists the reductive racial typology so long a part of the painting's reception. The question has remained unresolved ever since the paintings were acquired, and this stays within this room, and who's ever watching online, when there were conflicting curatorial perspectives on this issue that led to the inelegant, if hopefully temporary, solution of including both the amended and the original titles, with the latter in brackets, which we have since had feedback on from some graduate students that work for the museum. If you don't know what they are, they don't make sense. Like that, the bracketing doesn't make sense. So something has to go one way or the other. The question for me is how best to allow room for the work's slipperiness while also situating them squarely within the structures of European colonialism that shaped their production and reception. In the context of museums, I feel Mia Bagneris's argument that Brunius's paintings are not just straightforward examples of colonial propaganda, though they're also that, but that they're these complex and inherently unstable images produced by a uniquely positioned artist during a developing moment in the modern formation of racial thought. And I think that argument has important reverberations in the museum space. And to illustrate that, I'm going to share an extended passage from the coda to her book, which really struck me when I read it for the first time. I hadn't read her book before doing this research. So she reflects on a set of 19th century watercolor copies after Brunius, owned by her friend, the art historian and curator Sarah Clunas, who coincidentally was serving as the curator of African art at the Peabody when I began this research. And we spoke about this as well. Bagneris recounts that as a child, Clunas, whose mother hails from an old Jamaican Jewish family of Sephardic extraction, and I'm quoting now, and whose father is a Jamaican of African and East Indian descent, identified with Brunius's mixed-race beauties his paintings seeming to celebrate a sort of beauty in which she could see herself. Now a scholar of the history of these kinds of images, Clunas recognizes their participation in the objectification of enslaved and free women of African descent, and is critical of discussions of the works that divorce them from their original context or minimize their role in service of slavery and colonialism. However, for her, and I must admit for me, and this is Bagneris speaking, there is still something personally compelling about them, a unique opportunity to see their history and their own beauty reflected back to them. So this experience of recognizing oneself in a work of art is something that I had the privilege of encountering within the authoritative space of a museum early in my life. It's an experience that I still poignantly remember as important. And it's something that museums should offer. I think we can all agree. And in the case of the Brunius paintings, this is not an interpretation I feel I can speak to myself. But it's something that I'd like to leave open for visitors. And so how do we present these paintings? The approach that we're taking is a multivocal approach. So there will be a curatorial label with the sort of colonial context and the history of the paintings here at Harvard. And we're also inviting faculty, students, potentially artists, to reflect on the paintings. And the very first step that we've taken is a collaboration with the Harvard Caribbean Club, who the leaders of which were just amazingly great, awesome. And I'm just going to speak off the cuff for the rest of this. Last Friday, we organized a looking session with 14 students that lasted an hour and a half. Students both grew up in and had parents or grandparents from Dominica, Haiti, Tobago, Jamaica, and many others. And there were also so many different majors. So computer science, bioengineering, history of science. And the way that we structured this program was a sort of threefold structure of visual discovery and sort of digging into context and personal connections, structured by these three questions, as well as conversation and sort of layering of information as we spoke. And we also asked them to provide sort of, to write down their thoughts to those specific questions. And I have to say they saw things that I would not have been able to see. For example, and this is now ridiculously obvious, but someone mentioned it's surprising that none of these works show the ocean. That's a iconography that they link to their experience of the Caribbean now, but you don't see water here. And so that led us into a discussion of what was important to the intended audience, right? It's the lushness of the land that is that will be transformed into whose fertility will be transformed into, cash crops. And so that's just one example. The second part of this project is an invitation to students, an optional invitation to offer reflections, either in a written text format, like label text, or an audio recording, which will be shared in the Bloomberg Connect app for this gallery. Am I very much over? Okay. So that's where we are. I really welcome your thoughts and comments about where we go from here. And if anyone wants to contribute a reflection, please get in touch.
Thank you so much. And I think some of the thoughts and reflections that can further deepen your own can come from our next speaker, Michael Carouge, who arrived 2 days ago from Martinique and who has a rather handy task to present to us.
Yes.
And I will leave you to it, but how to document and promote Caribbean art today, building a stronger artistic and cultural future inspired by Alan Locke's New Negro progressive theories. So rather topical presentation. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you for Audrey, for Claire and Cecile to invite me. I'm proud to be here because for Martinique it's really important. Since I start with my thesis, my purpose was we have no visibility for art in Martinique. And when I arrived in Paris, they said to me, there are no art in Martinique. And so I work on it. To argue that there is such a thing as Caribbean art, whether from the English-speaking, Spanish, or French-speaking Caribbean, we must accept that artistic thought is not limited to endogenous, exogenous, as we said, an indigenous perspective. It's not packed to a single community. Yes, after.
There you are.
Thank you. Alors, it's not packed to a single community or to rebellious stance only. In order to speak about Caribbean peoples shaped by post-slavery world, and yet with both French and American spirit, we have to move up, far from several simplistic ideas, ideologies, resentments, false deterministic and obsolete mindset, or historical voids. What is at stake in the overseas territories, and not only in the Caribbean, is the fact that the past slave trade as an economic process, followed by slavery and colonialism. It's not only a revision of history, a denial of land distribution, for example, Amerindian period. It's also a period is leading to the belief since the mid-19th century in Martinique that there are no specific art emergence. Yesterday we talked about AUBURN. AUBURN was linked with Chabrier, which is a person who especially acted during Second World War to move out some artists from Martinique, especially. In 1940, some art school teachers from France, as AUBURN, Chabrier, have said they're sure any processes of artistic production or training are present or will emerge. At this period, they are sure Antillean subjects, and more precisely black people, are not able to work with art material. Someone as École, what is Atelier 45, said that when they was in EAA, they move out because of Chabrier and Ibram, for example. We see yesterday the work of a painter which is in this Atelier 45, and it's not really not agree with Chabrier and Ibram. Here we must understand it was a struggle for Nardal's sister, for example. They began in Paris in the early 20th. We analyze later that the César couple and their intellectual supporters were linked, for example, to Zobel, to another one, Ibran, to another one, which is Germaine Casse, to another one, which is Longfu, which is a sculptor, a woman. And the first review of art was the Nardal with a Black World Review, 1931. Really, as César said, his opening remarks in Dakar Fesman, 1966, art is universal. It's the purpose. Here I show you a work of César, which include a round of for the France, firstly 5 and to 7 center of art to create an Eiffel Tower with ways to exhibit art, spaces, self-formation, valorization of research, art, some exchange, some cooperation. In this point, you found people like Elenon, we're talking about yesterday. We found Jansin also, and we found the second one, the third one was Laucher in the same network. We have extended networks, artists with artists, some artworks in this kind of sites. We have several new space to show dance, theater, painting, and also a musician, music. Alors, it's my point of view about evolution of exhibition and representation, and I with some principle of Harlem Renaissance, because César linked to Senghor in the thought of Webb Dubois or Alain Locke, evokes the idea that we have to legitimate, to create our own way to show art or to link with another Caribbean countries. You have here a reference, which is Ronnie Hall. Ronnie Hall in the early 70s. It's an artist, comes from New York to teach dancers how to do ballet. For example, we have also the influence of Atelier 45. Here, the beginning of the paradigm for plastician. And you have also an influence with the American school, Afro-Bra, because in 90, in 80, we have a link between Afro-Bra with Cermak and some painters like Fromager, which is a new group. Alors, tac, tac. Voilà. If we put a closer look on studies related to artistic creation in French vestiges within American, African, and French networks, we realize that it's with a process of European creative model incomplete erasure. West Indian art become more complex. We can speak of hybridity, because in this country, we said that yesterday, we have a lot of influence from France, Africa, from America, and mostly from America, I think, from South Caribbean too, and from South America. This analysis takes in account both historical objects and magical religious cults, as the conch, we said. Slave period, decolonization, and present day. Caribbean takes shape with specific social realities, educational context. There's strong images need space to exist. They exist and need supports. The reason why we are here today, I think. This doesn't mean, as historian Lozer asserts, that Antillean art is conceived solely through visiting artists. This means that if there were any post-slavery learning processes, it was indeed thanks to the work of established artistic circles. Because all of my work and research is about these networks and these circles. We talked about yesterday Carifesta. Carifesta, because of Poetics of Césaire with Sangor and Rabina Menjara, this Carifesta is a pre-configurating for Festman. When they decide to do this event, it was because they need to have in Caribbean a place where artists convey and mix up their practice. We have here another example, which is the gallery Entremonde with Guédon and Coco René Corail. This gallery in 72 was a space to receive artists from Caribbean. This artist, Guédon, and this one was the first to do performance. When we talk about this with another historian in Caribbean, for example, they said that the performing paradigm starts in 80, or so in 60 we have performing artists in Martinique, especially in Guadeloupe, in Guyana. In this period specifically, we have cinema and dancing. They use these spaces to do exhibition, to present dance moment, and theater, or performing, or light show. We have new reviews as Legitime Defense early in 30, but Tropic and Dialogue, which is another one, Akoma in 70s, Dialogue in 50s, Fuyaya and Parallel in 60s and 70s. All these tools are in order to give a voice, because they have not legitimation in this period particularly. Okay. Echoing Alan Locke's ambition to terrorize possibilities to create a networked world, reimagining excuse me, a consolidation of values, Césaire's too had envisioned paths that would bring visibility, dignity, and avenues of circulation for intellectual creation from Caribbean, Africa, and even Americas. If Locke embarked by the contingencies of exclusionary institution and societies compartmentalized into hierarchies of domination, Césaire began his negritude adventure in the Parisian salons, as Nardal, perhaps, then solidified this path through intellectual gathering. In this same period, in 1920, Césaire creates In the same way with Nardal Salons, another circle, which is Cercle Martiniquais. In this circle, they use it to price, to give some legitimation for artists, to create new spaces, and to develop events in the Cermac after. From his concept explaining the new Negro, for example, Alain Locke in the early 20th century talks about relational creativity that holds the seeds for the rebuilding of an intellectual world and its networks of dissemination. He includes those arts. He speaks of moving beyond old historical fiction and marginalizing creation, which stifle all creativity of self-esteem toward a recreation of channel to read and receive literature. He said, similarly, the mind of a new Negro seems suddenly to have slipped from under the tyranny of social intimidation and implied inferiority by shading the ancient chrysalis of the Negro problem. We are achieving something like a spiritual emancipation. Here you have some example of the babies of Césaire in contemporary scene. We have, first of all, here an artist who is very present in art in Martinique, which is Coquille. It's a painter, figurative painter, work about human migration, fights for civil rights, especially in America. This second one, work here, it's the work of Breuler, Ernest Breuler, with a new vision of body, fragmented body as a Caribbean body is. You have Valérie John, the work here, presented in the exhibition in Paris, Paris Noir. She worked about African sewing and African paper and glued. Annabelle Guerredra, which is an artist, performer. She is really present here and today in Amsterdam, in Berlin, in Paris. She do work with Canada, the national scenes. You have Jeremy Priam, work about colonization with several kind of sets with the fabrics. You have Regis Savant, Gladys Gamby. She's here. Hybridation and body, and also images of post-colonial body. David Gums with video, Chantal Charon with identity, Abda Faye. We cannot talk about Caribbean art without Abda Faye. This artist is really the one who put together artists. Today, he creates a center with 700 work of art in the south of Martinique. Elenon with territorial imagery, but also Elenon is peculiar because today he's in the south of France, and he creates works with a really contemporary vision, with materials. He started this work in 50, and in the network we talk about, for example, Elenon was linked with Césaire Zobel. He was linked with Laucher, and with the Cercle Martiniquais, he was linked to personality like Marie-Thérèse Longfou, which is the one woman who creates a circle of defense of artists. Here you have Élodie Barthélémy, Duval Carrier, Magico-Religieux, here, with imaginary with Erzuli, Loa, gods of Haiti. I think it's
a nice moment to conclude and let
I will conclude. Okay.
take it up from there.
Okay.
Take your time too, of course. Bring your
It's perfect. I give a conclusion with that. Here you have the work of Coquille about immigration with contemporary concern, the work of Annabelle Guerrero with witches. She thought about woman emancipation, and you have the work of Stan Musquet, which is Guadeloupean artist, with some cultural forms. Here you have the book I write, with 200 artists in network. This book is about to be edited in May. This is my work because I'm also a painter. Okay, thank you for listening. C'est bon.
the towering task of concluding this panel and the conference falls onto you, my dear Audrey. Exhibiting race, apprehending race, museums and their publics in the 21st century. And I won't make any further introduction. You can take it from there.
Thank you.
Good if we can take time afterwards to discuss your
Yes.
papers and the entirety of the conference.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad at both titles and conclusions, so I'm sorry about and my paper is not really the one I wanted to present. I kind of changed everything, so that's not really, I mean, it's related, but but I was inspired by the discussions yesterday. So I'm going to start with, and I have to say that some of the things I'm going to say kind of complement elements that were presented by Michael on like the existence of networks during the last decades in the French Caribbean. But I'm going to start with the fact that in May 2023, I was visiting the Face Ringgold exhibition at the Picasso Museum, and my attention was drawn to the guided tours and all of the explanation that I could listen to. I was like witnessing a number of visits, and both the presentation of Face Ringgold's work, which, to be honest, I wasn't very familiar with, and the history of African Americans that I was kind of hearing seemed somewhat simplistic. So I wasn't absolutely convinced. At the time I was teaching US history at the University of Lille, and I was like, oh, it doesn't seem too accurate. And after walking through the various rooms, I arrived to the one dedicated to the French collection. And which actually did not include all of the work of the French collection. There were only 6 or 7 work that were included. And I was struck by the fact that although Face Ringgold's quilts, and you have like a number of stories written on the quilts, referenced the French colonial empire, referenced Algeria, referenced the Antille's and the Haitian Revolution, there was actually no efforts made by the museum to kind of articulate this French collection with black people in France. So it was as if, you know, you had black people in France that weren't French, but no French black people at all. And it kind of ruined it for me because I was like so happy to discover that work, and at the same time there was something missing. And it was as if this sort of like, you know, music about, you know, France being so welcoming for black Americans, being a sort of like racial heaven was reenacted with a new chapter, a new 21st century chapter, and that wasn't too satisfying. So I contacted my colleague, Nicolas Martin-Breteau, with whom I'd been writing a number of things for years. We've been writing together for more than a decade now. And we had worked recently on the transnational dimensions of Black Lives Matter. And we were planning on doing field work. We wanted to work on transmission. We weren't sure because that's our secondary project. Are we going to work on education? What Black Lives Matter did to school curricula? What it did to the world of publishing? We didn't really know. So after visiting the exhibition, I called him. I was like, I know what we're going to do. We're going to do field work at the Musée Picasso on the Face Ringgold exhibition. And we had no time. It was the end of the academic year. And he said, yes, let's do it. So we used the Face Ringgold exhibition in Paris, where we spent more than 3 weeks doing fieldwork after negotiating with the Musée Picasso, who was like okay with that. We spent time at the museum because to us it was a site where race was made explicit. The exhibition was called Black is Beautiful, weirdly translated by Être noir c'est beau, which was a bit typological. I mean, well, where the struggle was brought to the fore. It was also the site of an intention, of a particular narrative. The question of racism and anti-racism were addressed, but in the US. And it was done by a museum whose, governance obviously wanted to deal with these issues, but in the US, but in the center of Paris. And finally, it was also to us a site where white and black people would cross paths, visited, would observe, would appropriate the narrative that were offered, and have an aesthetic experience when they encountered Face Ringgold work. So we were excited about that. And to us, the site was also understandable in the general context of the transnational influence of the Black Lives Matter movement. It was our focus, it was our lens. For several years, we had been interested in the effect of the movement outside of France, outside of the US, particularly in France, and we were observing how slogans, how social movement framings were appropriated in the French context. We looked at how social networks were kind of a medium for circulating information, in order to learn what was, being written in other places, and to learn about what was written, done, thought about in the US. And to us, it was clear that while what was going on in the US was not exactly what was happening in France, there was something that resonated with people in France. The criminalization of black bodies, police harassment, the disqualification of anti-racist speech and political movements. And that had to do with the experience of people in France, of people's friends, their children, etc. And to us, Black Lives Matter was giving a language, we're giving words and slogans, etc. And so we were interested in this whole process. So that's why this exhibition was interesting to us. So we started our field work, and over the course of the 3 weeks, we administered 310 questionnaires. That was our questionnaire. We also conducted dozens of informal interviews, because every time you actually, ask someone, "Oh, are you okay to answer our questions?" Each moment becomes a sort of like moments of observation and informal interview. And we were not quantitative. He's a historian. I was as a political sociologist. I do qualitative interviews and ethnographic work. We're not trained to administer questionnaires. We were like doing real bricolage. And so to us, it was so exciting to actually have these moments of observation, to have like the reaction, all of the discussions. And we both had our own personal obsessions. I was obsessed with black women visiting the exhibition on their own, and he was obsessed with the museum employees, most of them being non-white, and with museum employees who, as we realized, all had opinions and views on Picasso, on Face Ringgold, on race, on racism, on anti-racism, and on art. And they were really happy to express them to the two sociologists. So we carried out observations of visits, and whether guided tours involving associations or schools, groups of colleagues, and so on. And after the exhibition, in the following months, we conducted about 30 follow-up interviews with people who had agreed to leave their contact and responded to our emails. And our interviews lasted between 1 and 2 hours. Among the questions we were asking were, what do you think of the title? Black is Beautiful, Être noir c'est beau. We also asked people whether they felt concerné, which translate into concerned, but not so well, we realized, so we had to explain a little more. We also asked whether they thought the exhibition had a political dimension and if they thought that the exhibition dealt with France. It was very rich, and we can talk about the actual results of that afterwards. Several moments were particularly striking when we were doing field work. I observed that several women whom I identified as Black visited the exhibition alone, that they read all of the text on the quilts, and they were almost the only ones doing that. Several of them would come to me and come to speak to me, and because I was there observing, and they could tell that I was observing, and I didn't know my status, and they would come and debrief with me. Nicolas, who also did field work sometimes, and is a white man, who also did the work on his own, observed that black women on their own would read everything, but they would not go and talk to him at the end. Another thing that was also very striking to me among all of the interactions I had during the 3 weeks were these two women who refused to fill out the questionnaire. They didn't want to do it because they were too emotional after visiting the exhibition. They were both over 70, and they told me when I went to talk to them, one of them told me, oh, I was born on the African continent, I'm métis, and I'm so angry when I see this. I'm so angry because when you're an artist, you always have to deal with this kind of questions. Your life, the rest of your life is erased. It's all of your life. It's taking over your life. People are prevented from being anything other than identified by the color of their skin, and they are denied the possibility of truly creating. That upsets me. So that was pretty big. And then she told me that she had been invited by friends, that she was herself an artist, that she did drawings. And she said, I don't want to define myself by my skin color. I fight against colors, and I'm upset. But the other woman also talked about having lived sometimes in Africa, having had a romanticized view of Africa, and she changed it. And then she said, but this painter, votre peintre là, Faith Ringgold, I'd never seen an exhibition like this. I love what she offers. I want to see all of her work. I had never heard of her before, of these paintings on fabrics, all that body of work. Oh my God, talk to my friend because I'm too overwhelmed. I'm far too overwhelmed. And it was 5 very intense minutes with this woman. At the end, they still didn't want to give me their contacts. They took my phone number and never called me. Another very striking moment was a moment of joint observation. So we did it together with Nicolas. There was a guided tour, and the guide was it was only women. It was a young woman. She had a master's in art history, and she was touring with kids from a school, and all of the children in that group were Black. She was explaining the context of segregation in the United States. And one of the kids, there were like 9 or 10, one of the kids said, oh, but it's like France. And she said, oh, no, this is the United States. C'est aux États-Unis, ça n'a rien à voir. And a few hours later, we actually had an appointment with her to do an interview with her. And she said, oh, I didn't know much about that history before. We got like some training 2 weeks before. I had no idea. I think it's a very interesting work. But people, when they visit, like just as children, you saw the visit, there's so much confusion. Ils étaient tellement confus. They think it's about France, but it's really not. And so we were just like so puzzled because not only was she's a very educated person who actually loves the work of Faith Ringgold that she just discovered, but she was really unable to actually acknowledge the type of articulation and connection that a 9-year-old kid was making. And she was not just not being able to connect, to acknowledge, but she was also dismissing his own recognition, the resonance with what he knew, what he experienced. She's in front of a group of Black kids in a country that doesn't see colors and where race doesn't exist. That must mean something. And that was totally, ça lui passait là, like we say in France. And it was again, in terms of like transnational context of Black Lives Matter, I have to say that this happened while Nanterre was burning because of the killing of Naël Merzouk, a young man who had been killed by the police, 17-year-old. That was happening while we were in Le Marais at the Musée Picasso doing field work on the exhibition. So we began drawing analysis from the exhibition and developed reflections on France, on Black identities, on the various understanding of racism or misunderstanding of racism, the responses to racism among people, Black and white, and among to try and analyze how they would view France by way of the US. And then we learned that there's an exhibition coming up called Paris Noir, and we're like, yes, it's going to be on France. We'll be able to actually talk about these questions without using the US as a proxy, like a number of us did during our studies. And so once again, we negotiate with the museum. They say yes. We conduct a questionnaire campaign. First, the two of us, then with the help of 4 master students, and we administer nearly 600 questionnaires. And to date, we have conducted around 30 interviews with people who agreed to be contacted again, and we are currently working on building our database. But again, observation and informal interviews were very important and key sources. Because of time constraints, because of the special configuration of the exhibition, because of the exhibition's success too, because there were lots of people at the exhibition, it was actually less easy to conduct observation. And the exhibition was also, and that's a very subjective take, but less welcoming. There was something less about it, or maybe more, I don't know. But observation came to us nonetheless when we were waiting for people at the end of the exhibition to ask them whether they wanted to be interviewed. One woman whom I identified as white, around 60 years old, was accompanied by her daughter in her 20s. And she agreed to the questionnaire, but she was very irritated and by the exhibition and started asking me, but what is a Black artist? I don't understand this exhibition. What is a Black artist? I don't know what a Black artist is. I've been anti-racist my whole life, but this whole Black artist thing is nonsense. And I was literally trapped, at a corner with this woman, like kind of yelling at me, and her daughter saying, "Mom, you're embarrassing." Another example of observation was this woman in her early 60s who was originally from Martinique and who was leaving the exhibition. She agreed to answer the questionnaire but said, we need to step outside for a moment. I need to get some air. I need to recover a little. I'm quite overwhelmed by everything I've just seen. I didn't know that all of this existed, and now I feel like crying. So we went outside. Another day, 2 young Black women in their early 20s said, but what is this exhibition? Paris Noir? We're Black, we're Parisian, and we don't see ourselves. Where's the 9-3? Where is the 93? Like everyone knows what the 9-3 is? It's a department north of Paris, Seine-Saint-Denis, with a strong immigrant population, and strong French Caribbean population as well. The mayor of a city in Martinique, a town in Martinique, also came with a whole group. His family, with his people from his municipal council. And he came and said, this is the first time I've visited. I love this exhibition. I love seeing artists that I know in this exhibition. And I love introducing them to all of these children, because he was coming with the Conseil Municipal des Enfants of his town. And of course, I knew his cousin, etc. That's another story. Two last examples. 2 women from the French Caribbean in the late 50s or early 60s who say, oh, wow, there was material about Le Théâtre Noir, which was a theater that was created during the 1970s. It brought back so many memories. It was so moving to see that. And then a retired couple, a white man and a white woman, regular visitors to the Centre Pompidou, who say, we come to see all of the exhibitions at Pompidou. There was so much in this. We really loved it, especially the artists who were inspired by surrealism. And then you can really see the women thinking, it's so weird because during the big exhibition on surrealism, these artists weren't there. Why? So again, that was a very, very great moment. So several questions were kind of driving our project. And motivate the fact that we collaborate with my colleague Nicolas. We want to understand ordinary forms of understanding of racism. We want to study a sort of everyday anti-racism of ordinary people who are not necessarily involved in political groups. We want to do it using the exhibition and the museum almost as like pretexts, as opportunities to discuss a subject that interests us. We do it capturing a specific moment in the history of France and understanding how these issues are being apprehended in the current context. And we also want to understand how this moment tell us something about blackness, but also whiteness in the French context. But then we also, at some point, realized that, well, conducting fieldwork in a museum is not neutral, of course. There's nothing neutral about conducting fieldwork anyway. You construct a moment, a social interaction. Our presence in the field provokes questions, suspicion. For instance, among the guides, some of them thought that we were kind of monitoring their work, that we were paid by the museum to see what they were doing in a context in which museum guides have like a sort of economic precariousness that was actually important. Sometimes we are taken for museum staff. I am a black woman, is a white man. People do not tell us the same things. They do not tell us the same thing when we're alone, when we're together, etc. And then there's all this emotion that I keep, coming back to since the beginning of the symposium, always asking a question about emotions. And people go through very strong experiences that sometimes profoundly affect them. There's emotion, there's dismissal, there's anger, sadness, joy. Myself, I was totally enveloppé by Fay-Swingold's work, and I really felt like what I actually perceived at first, a little bit annoyed as omissions, actually happened in a place that I also found super welcoming and important to me. On June 30th, I spent the first anniversary of my mother's death inside the exhibition, surrounded by Fay-Swingold's work, and it actually mattered. That's probably how I remain standing throughout the day. And as I move forward this collective project, I'm also progressing on my own project. I have no idea, I didn't keep track of time. Okay, so let me go. I'm also progressing on my own project on Césaire's cultural politics, a project that is also deeply connected to my mother. And the readings for the two projects become kind of intertwined. And in the intro statement that I sent the whole group, it starts with an excerpt from Art on My Mind by Bellux, which is a work that's been especially important to me recently. In her reflections, she talks about the ongoing dialogues around art, visual politics, and aesthetics in relation to African American art. And she reminds us of the transformative power of art, this capacity to create, to recognize oneself as a subject of creation, as someone who can create, and how that has a fundamental emancipatory potential that was long denied by colonial subjugation, cultural disposition, and the confiscation of imaginaries. And in my own project, I'm looking at this policy enacted by Césaire after 1971 that I call Negritude, a set of negritude experiments in the urban space of Fort-de-France. And conducting this project kind of pushes me to reflect not only on this question and this history in the French Caribbean, but also on what they entail for the diaspora, for those people who've been in Paris or in other places in mainland France for a long time, who were not direct recipients of these cultural policies that I'm referring to, of these initiatives, whose access to this history remains super fragmented when it even exists. The notion of the fragment is central to Black, to Afro-diasporic, but also to Black feminist genealogies. And to me, it also emerged somehow during the Paris Noir exhibition when I encountered this piece by Coco René Corail. It's a work, Le Souci. So I wrote the description because I'm with art historians, so it's sable brûlé sur planche de bois. And I was pleased to see Coco René Corail. I love his work. I recognize it. There is a familiarity and emotion. But one of the reasons why I recognize him is because I grew up in Martinique, and this is the Église de Bellevue, where I was baptized. I didn't have much of a religious education, but at least I was baptized. And this was like less than 1 kilometer where Cecile was living when we were younger. This was in front of my grandmother's house in the 90s. And this work of art on the church is Coco René Corail. It was familiar too because my dad is from Trenel, and in Trenel you have this monument erected in 1971, hommage à la négresse marronne, and every May 22nd you have a tribute paid to this figure, a feminine figure fighting against slavery, and the homage is paid on May 22nd because it's the day of the anniversary of the insurrection of slaves in 1848 that led to the abolition. It's also a familiar work because here, which is a tricentennial gate in Fort-de-France, this is a postcard from 1951, this gate was erected in 1935 for the tricentennial of the colonization of Martinique by the French, and decades later, Césaire asked Coco René Corail to build something, a response to the tricentennial gate, which is also the entrance to the place where the municipal services of culture were located downtown Fort-de-France. And he asked Coco René Corail to do that, and Coco René Corail carved Kalinagos kind of storming the tricentennial gate as a sort of a response. And lastly, I'm familiar because in the city of Fort-de-France, and you can look how like all of this is decaying on the on Beaucanal, like I mean Beaucanal is a place near the river in Martinique. You have like a pharmacy, a former pharmacy that also had work by Coco René Corail, who did lots of work in the streets in a number of places, and you can see the state of this. And this was our pictures. These 3 pictures are pictures that I took on the phone of my mother because she was so mad that the work of Coco René Corail was like in such state in the streets of Fort-de-France. And so just this work that were installed, and I'm concluding, in a public space emerged at a moment marked by a broader cultural effervescence that we talked about, that Mika also mentioned, that we discussed yesterday, and that directly or indirectly shaped people's lives and experiences, clearly mine. And it shaped the lives of people who were not designated as audiences or as public at the time, but who were connected to these cultural forms, to the world, but also to themselves. At least that was the goal of that policy. And because yesterday we spoke about counter-dystopia, I would like, I kind of wanted to conclude with the illustration of this sort of injunction to invent that was kind of at the heart of Césaire's political and cultural action, precisely because I believe that this dimension of invention may be one of the keys to the questions that have animated us over the past 2 days. I don't know if I have the 2 minutes to play invention. Of course. Okay, so let's, and because I did not fit on the, oh yeah, okay. So it's about art, but music more than visual arts. It's in French with bad English
Tous les autres plans, on inventait chaque jour. Le CERMAC, c'était une invention par jour.
Au départ, j'avais pas de... J'avais quelques tambours. Pas beaucoup. Donc j'avais... Puisque Césaire m'avait bien dit qu'il n'y avait pas beaucoup d'argent. Mais il voulait qu'on s'investisse. Il voulait que nous, ceux qu'il avait appelés, puissent comprendre, comprendre la mission à laquelle il nous appelait. Comprendre la mission et donc maintenant collaborer. Et il nous l'a fait comprendre, il nous l'a fait bien sentir, quoi. Et donc, quand je suis arrivé, qu'est-ce que j'ai fait? Je demandais, il n'y a pas assez de tambours. Puis on a fait des rondelles de bois. Voilà, donc chacun avait son rond contreplaqué entre les jambes pour commencer à travailler comme ça. On a commencé avec des ronds de bois. Ouais. Et ça a fonctionné. Ça a fonctionné. Il y a des générations qui ont travaillé avec ça et voilà, qui sont arrivés à leur fin. Et puis, donc il y avait les ronds de bois. Quand je vais voir M. Césaire, je dis, M. Césaire, je souhaitais avoir un percussionniste avec moi, je souhaitais avoir quelqu'un qui parle de tibois. Parce que pour travailler le tambour, il faut qu'il y ait quelqu'un au tibois. Il me dit, mais Varas, je n'ai pas l'argent pour embaucher quelqu'un d'autre. Donc, chercher, inventer. Tous les jours faut nous courager, tous les jours faut nous courager, tous les jours faut nous courager, tous les jours en bas ciel est là, tous les jours faut nous courager, tous les jours faut nous courager, tous les jours faut nous courager, tous les jours en bas ciel est là.
Thank you.
Ce n'est qu'à là. We need more drums. It's going to take us a minute to recover from this last session and to bring our two additional guests, Michael and yes.
Amen.
I think that when I introduced the panel by saying that it was the perfect way to conclude this convening to the extent that it brings to the fore the reason why we're doing the work we do, which is to encounter publics, whether we're academics and they might be students, or writers and they might be readers, or curators and they might be other artists, and of course the general public. And what strikes me is the way in which there's a missing link. And the missing link are precisely the knowledge bearers of our legacies. It seemed that neither the institutional authorities nor the publics, in a way, are given the means to really encounter themselves in this moment of, I would say, at once lingering dissonance and accelerated reckoning. What I mean by that is that clearly we seem to be missing the tools for this overwhelming emotional let out to be somehow channeled to a reflexive state over what is it exactly that we're encountering, why is it exactly that you are being entrusted with the care of these Bernice's paintings, trying to ask yourself the right questions and then being faced with responses that you were not prepared for. And similarly, Audrey, you seeing all the fault lines in terms of the apparatus, the institutional apparatus, and then the nakedness of the public in the face of the lack of a proper assessment of what is it exactly that we're presenting when we're presenting blackness in public space, whether it's actually in the US still, because there's all this, I mean, when Cécile told me, well, you know, Claire, this painting in particular, you know, the Bernice's, it's really heavy loaded work. I was like, really, Cécile? Because to me it was just like, well, I see this work every day, it's normal, it's, you know, so I didn't even, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that actually
actually, in addition to my two working ideas that you do whatever you want to do with, lingering dissonance and accelerated reckoning, there's two other keywords. It's interface and indexicality. And we see it, indexicality, we still have difficulties to index blackness into an institutional framework and into a public discourse. I mean, we see the French obsession with the word noir. So it has to be le modèle noir. It has to be Paris noir. It has to be être noir, c'est beau. So obviously, when you come up with vent levé, I mean, you can see the gap. I mean, you know, we are from être beau, c'est noir. And you're like, well, you know, so it's like there's still such a huge gap, you know, to bridge. Even in, again, this moment of accelerated reckoning, like we have to reckon with it, because there are new publics indeed awaiting this moment of self-assertion, but that is not given to them or institutional bearers to really provide them with. And so I won't say anything further. No, I will say one last thing actually, and this is addressed to you, Michael. You know, in hearing out your presentation, I questioned my position as this curator who's taking on this collective exhibition on, you know, French, Caribbean, and Amazonian art, and how I had not, for various reasons, including some of the artists, for instance, which you revere as important figures, either historical figures or contemporary figures. And I'm just talking out loud and wondering out loud, you know, what does that mean? And even though it may seem to be an important gap for a French Caribbean to be able to curate, you know, French Caribbean and Amazonian art, at the same time, how much situatedness is there in that position when the ground keeps, you know, shifting? I'm not daily in Martinique or in Guadeloupe, so I'm kind of like questioning again the very I guess I'm forever questioning authority and institutional authority, and back to the idea of instituting, you know, and who has the right to institute, you know, under any capacity of authority, you know. So I gave you a few keywords. To be honest, Cécile, I think we could already opening up to all the speakers, all the panelists, to gathering together, since we're essentially talking to ourselves. I think one of the members of this audience wittingly said, well, if there's somebody watching, I think it was you, Mary. So for all intents and purposes, we're talking to each other. Please, of course, do feel free to respond to my few tidbits of thinking, and then let us then begin the breakout sessions in a way. But please have your moment to respond to this broad framework of.
I can start very rapidly. I think, I mean, what I hear and and thank you for the comments, what I hear has to do with transmissions. Who are the bearers of this knowledge, etc. And I think it's a very key and important question, one that I asked myself a lot, especially when the statues were toppled in 2020, and I did not quite understand what was going on, and I was thinking at some point, oh, but there's no transmission, so people don't know about that rich history that do not make me think that, you know, my mind is colonized and that I'm surrounded by colonial things, that I'm surrounded by so many struggles. And then I was like, but you're 40 and you're an academic. Maybe it's your role to do the transmission. And so that was a very important moment for me to just think in those terms. And I think that there are a number of people, including, like I see, the work that is being done at the local university, scholars from there, scholars or artists who like the work. I think that's something happening now. That is, the social media that you refer to, Cédrine, is also important, that it's kind of going all over the place, but I feel like it might be easier, it's complex, but easier to kind of convey some forms of knowledge to them than it was a while ago, with lots of problems and issues. In terms of what you asked regarding this question of blackness, yes, it's true, like there's this obsession with noir, but I'm glad it was actually called Paris Noir and not Paris Black, which could have happened 20 years ago. And because there was the obsession with black. I mean, I'm saying black, but I don't want to offend you, you know, it's like and on top of that, the reason why it matters that there's vent levé and not vent levé noir, or I don't know what, is probably, or vent noir, oh yeah, oh my God, that could have, they would have loved it, and it has, and it makes me think of the various reactions to Paris Noir as well. And I'm not going to like delve into the debates, but to a number of artists, that there was something called Paris Noir, 1950-2000, not to be included was very violent. Because there was one that was kind of like trying to put everything within the exhibition. And one of the problems is that, well, if you don't have, if you need every, I don't know, few decades to have one exhibition that's going to talk about all of the work that exists, it's not going to be satisfying. Just like just seeing one work of Coco René Corail was kind of frustrating to me. And to a certain extent, getting away from labeling everything black as, oh, now you see, we're aware of these questions and we're including these issues without actually looking at the millions of ways people are black or grapple with difficulty with the notion of blackness because it's France and they are French and that's the way it is. But they do something about it. They try to think about it. They try to create about that. And if there are no spaces where people can actually be in this sort of like grappling with the very notion of blackness, but you just have like the thing, Paris Noir, and you have to be in it without necessarily fitting into something, but you have to be in it. That's where to me, the problem is. It wasn't very structured, but well.
Answer to my preliminary remarks as you wish. I do have a pointed question for you afterwards, though, and that is about the work of Christelle Louzer. But
okay. I'm agree with you with your question because when I start with my thesis, my statement was since 70s, artists are move out to academic painting from to something else, which is plastician statement. And you have some example with Coco, with Guédon, but with Breuer or with René Louise. They think to exhibit Caribbean art, we have to be together, but we have to be maroon. And your
maroon, you mean?
And your statement, it's this one, because when you showcase Vent Levé is the same statement. It's not a matter if we have all artists. It's a matter if we don't understand how is Caribbean. Caribbean is mix up. Caribbean is circulation. Caribbean is crossover. Caribbean is be ourselves. but it's also be connected with Africa, America, connected with the statement of Caribbean, but also with French foods. We are not unconnected with French foods. For example, in 2011, they created a great exhibition in Paris, in Cité Internationale. You have in this exhibition 40 artists of Martinique and 80 artists from the overseas.
What was the exhibition?
Cité Internationale with Paul Angevin.
It was for l'année des
It was
Outre-mer.
l'année des Outre-mer. It was Catherine Kirchner-Blanchard. And she has the same matter. She think Caribbean, but what kind of artist? Performing artist, photographer, painter. They are not jealous. Painting or photography, are they together? No. When you are in Caribbean, artists are really in a battle, in a fight. That is the reality. In a fight because the politics are not with us. We have to create structures. We have to. César start with this because César was the mayor, but César was also the artist. When he moved from this kind of writing with political concerns to theater, it's because the voice is more direct. You work with, for example, Serrault. Serrault moved to Martinique, and with Ayaan Mushkin have several concerns with world matters. He worked with Suzanne and de Grand Maison. De Grand Maison, which is Renaud, but also Madeleine.
Madeleine, yeah.
A woman, a politic woman. She started to do collective works and also catalog, review tools. We need to have tools.
If only we, because I'm not quite sure who this we encompasses, because there's so much infighting as you physically embodied yourself among the we, it becomes very complicated. But I want to allow Maria to answer this broad, framework with which I introduced your discussion, and as a response to your work, knowing that you are yourself primarily an art historian who's been called upon by an art institution to at once dig deeper into the conditions of acquisition of a particular set of works, but also to somehow advise on how said works should be best presented. Said works being deemed somehow at once fragile, but also heavily loaded precisely with racial concerns.
I mean, I think these dual questions of being entrusted with something and at the same time recognizing a dissonance in various directions, like in my relation to the work, in other curators' relation to the work, in various publics' relation to the work. The fact that I'm working on these is in part serendipity. Like my dissertation was on something completely different, but this was work that I was aware of, that I was interested in, and that I sought out. And I think the importance of it for me was to think about the audience that these works would have had from when they arrived, and it's, you know, the people in the philosophy chamber are white young men, likely with links to you know, with links to the Caribbean as, you know, through shipping, through potentially plantation ownership, and to think about like the absences of what of people that who were not in that room at that time over, you know, decades and decades and decades and decades. And I think as an art historian, I can present the sort of historical context as I learn it, as I research it. But there's a way that people interact with even historical art that is grounded in today, in their experience today. And I think, you know, with these multivocal approaches, you know, it's not necessarily so important. Well, I mean, the individual contribution can be, you know, enlightening or amusing, or you know, but it's the invitation that it provides to think about, you know, a work of art from your position. And I think with our invitation to students, and like I haven't fully processed that process yet. It, you know, it still feels relatively new. You know, I wanted to share that interpretation, but share it as an author, right? So I should say, like, this was a paid experience, you know, like the looking session was paid, the contribution is paid, their names will be on it, or as much as information about themselves as they choose. And the contributions, as I've read them, as I've read the proposals, are really different. Like they're not what some of them are, you know, not what I imagined. Others are, you know, digging into concept, you know, digging into aspects of the paintings that, you know, came up in the session, you know, that I've thought about. There was a lot of interest in the women bathing and the voyeur, and, you know, but then there were also like surprising moments that, so for example, the painting with the three women, and one of whom is crouching and selling fruit, the woman in the middle, who, you know, is wearing a blue skirt underneath. One of the students recognized that fabric as connected to a kind of, and forgive me, I'm not remembering what the name of this dress, but she connected it to a dress that is still worn in Haiti at the time. And I hadn't seen that like written anywhere. Like, you know, I've read the literature, and like that's not a connection that art historians have made, who know more, you know, who've done more work on this than me. And like that's something that she was able to do, was like to recognize something in this work that is, you know, arguably wasn't made for it wasn't made for a woman. It was made for a British, a British man. And like she saw something in it that connected with her experience, and like that is not something that I could do in a label. Like I wouldn't even want to try. And then on the other hand, there are also plenty of contributions that are like, I recognize the colorism. This is the word that the students use. The colorism that exists in in the Caribbean now. I still like I see that in this. So like they're coming from all sides, and I was really careful to invite all types of sort of responses, I think. So I don't know, to answer your question, I think sharing that interpretive work in situations like these, and like, of course, all works of art have many layers and, are addressed to a particular audience that, may or may not be the audience that's standing in front of it, or may not correlate. But I think with the particular history at Harvard, where, the audience has changed so much that it's incumbent upon someone in my position to invite, to invite a reflection. And we started with the students, but I'm hopeful that there will be additional voices from scholarly perspectives, from whatever it may be. But I think that sharing of that responsibility is key. So I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you. I had more questions, but I think I will wait to ask them within the context of our breakout sessions. My questions were about your relationship to Christelle and your critique of her work. And also, Audrey, I was curious to know if you somehow registered the fact that the Pompidou was priding itself on the number of entries it made on the occasion of Paris Noir. Like they blew up the charts of attendance with only one exhibition as opposed to the entire museum, and they were very proud of it. But we can hold your answers, and I will pass the microphone on to those of you who have questions to ask to the panel, anyone of the panelists, or yes.
Thank you for this wonderful conversation. And if any of this has been answered in the past 5 minutes, please let me know, because I've missed the beginning of this discussion. I have a question, Marina, right? I have a question to you. It's a very logistical one. Where did you find the students? How did you pick them? Maybe you've addressed it already, but I'm trying to understand how one could do it equitably and in a way that's not re-traumatizing, but also sort of generative.
Yeah.
That's one question. Then I have one quick one for you, okay?
So the way we went about it was we initially reached out to the president and vice president of the club with a proposal, sort of laying out these two parts that we were proposing, sort of the fact that it was paid, that it was open, and so that was the initial sort of ask was, are you interested? Does this work? Do you want, how do you want to participate? And there was a lot of interest in, or it wasn't even interest, it was like, what took you so long? That was the response, was we would love to participate in this way with the museum, and we found it extremely difficult to connect in the past. And so there was this sort of like, what took you so long kind of, response. And from there, the president and vice president were very involved in terms of like how to pick the students, in some ways, there were institutional restrictions that, so for example, there's only so much funding, there's only so much money that we could allot to this project. So we had to limit to 10 students for the contributions. We ultimately only, eight students submitted, so there was no choice that needed to be made, but
I thought you said 14.
Sorry?
14 students, no?
Say that again?
I thought you said 14 students at the beginning.
There were 14, so there were, the room that we were in had
Just trying to understand where you found them, that's it.
Yeah, the room that we were in had a capacity of 18 students. I understand there was interest in like more than that coming, but we left the decision up to the club leaders how to manage who can come and who can't, and we're also open to holding another session if there's more interest. So they made that decision. Of the 18 that responded, 14 came, and of the 14 that had this discussion with us, 8 of them chose to submit a proposal to contribute a reflection. And so that's sort of how we structured it. And on the question of re-traumatizing,
that question was part of my general question of where did you find students and who led the process of choosing them, and what about it was student-led versus imposed. So that was my question, and from there the word re-traumatizing appeared. You don't have to address the re-traumatizing part, where we can talk about equity there.
Yeah. I mean, the structure that I think that we imposed was, it's this 2-part structure. It's a written or it's a recorded reflection that is of the students choosing. And I think the way that I led the looking session, it was dialogical, it was conversational. So like the questions that I shared, I was there to hear what they wanted to know, and what they saw. And I learned a ton from them, and and I shared what I could contribute from my research. But yeah, so that I'll leave it there.
I thought I had one more for.
Maybe we can do 2 in the room. No, go ahead. No, ask your question and then we can probably Céline can ask.
Thank you. Fascinating story, and the entire questionnaire experience. I can relate as a qualitative person. It can be both exciting and threatening in a way. You mentioned a few times that Black women arrived at the exhibit on their own. Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Because is that not a norm? I thought it was very common for people to enjoy art on their own in Europe, in the Americas. I'm sensing that there is some sensibility there that you could share. I would be interested in hearing that.
Yeah, should we have 2 questions in a row?
Yeah,
we can take a, it's an interesting question. Cédrine wanted to.
Yes, I also had a question for you, Audrey, maybe then opening up a little bit on this topic you brought up about the audience. First I was curious about what you were trying to find out actually with those questionnaires. What were the things that you were trying to, or questions that you were trying to answer, or like what did you hope to get from this panel of people you were interviewing, maybe in a broader, larger sense about like the evolution maybe of the people visiting those exhibitions. I'm curious to like what you were trying to find, and if you found it or not found it, or like what was the result of this. And then like more broadly, I don't want to dance with the devil, but like I've seen the evolution of people visiting art exhibitions in Paris over the last 10 years, and I still feel like I didn't like the Paris Noir exhibition, but I felt like there was a shift in the, I would say, amount of people that I would identify with, like, they're from 9-3, for example, like going to see those exhibitions compared to like when I would go see art shows 10 years ago. I think I feel like it has to do with more Black stuff being exhibited also in those museums, as like maybe what was exhibited, or like there was been, like you said, there was this focus after Black Lives Matter that brought like so much on the art scene, especially in Paris. It was like very much a lot, but I still felt like it created a shift in the demographics of people visiting those exhibitions. But I wonder if it was just like my romanticization of it, or if you also saw it in your research. And then maybe more broadly, because like we addressed, like we shared so much knowledge over those 2 days, like also very specialized and like so much like very sharp knowledge on the French Caribbean and modernism and everything. And I always wonder, like going back to the audience, for example, like all the boys I work with, like they never go to the museum and they really don't care about Caribbean modernism. So I always wonder, like, so what are we trying to build in terms of audience? So we try to like fit into the art historical standards, and like we also had it, and look at our great, like, do we try to build something for ourselves? Who do we want to, and how do we want to invite also like the actual people from those islands to like engage with this art? Like just add some thoughts on this. Because like I found everything very fascinating, and then I wonder, like, how do you make it also interesting then for others?
That was my other question. Thank you. I think this was beautiful.
Yeah.
Hold on. I think the idea is that we share more questions. Okay. Oh, unless there is, I'm assuming there's no more questions, but if there is more, now is the time. And then Audrey can answer, and then we'll end this part. Turn off the live recording, and then we can move to it.
Yeah, about Black women. Because Picasso Museum is a museum with lots of tourists, it's actually lots of groups visit, or families. People go, I mean, that's the impression I had. I was not, we try to have like some stats on the people, the visitors in general. And a lot of people arrived to the exhibition not knowing exactly. They wanted to go to the Musée Picasso, and some of them ended up at the Face Wrinkled exhibition. But there was an intentionality on part of others. And more people must have come on their own, but they probably rode through the exhibition. What we noticed was that you had a number of Black women on their own, spending a lot of time in the French collection, just like reading everything. And that's really like this sort of like a subgroup of a subgroup that we kind of observed. But then we only spent 3 weeks in an exhibition. We were the last months, which also matters. If we had had a dispositif that had enabled us to go every month, to go every Monday, and then a week. I mean, we didn't do that. It was much more bricolé than, like a good sociological investigation. So yeah, so it's, but we did notice that, and we did notice that there were almost no Black men in the exhibition, while at Paris Noir, you had a number of guys brought by their girlfriends, or like really people were like dragged to the exhibition, and and who would end up in the bookstore where you had a number of books on black people, all kind of books, some good, some less good, and we didn't love the exhibition either, because we first visited it individually, then again together, for a number of reasons. But then we also acknowledge that a number of people were visiting, so we asked also the question, how often do you go to the museum? So we had a number of people coming from, I mean, people who don't go to museums who would go to that exhibition because you had ads in the metro, because it was like very heavily advertised. So people knew about that. My dad knew about it, he didn't visit. But at least he knew that, oh, yes, there's, you know, something about black people in the...
Just because there were ads in the metro, which was
No, it's...
They felt they were concerned.
We
took them and they went straight.
we actually asked, how did you find out about the exhibition? And some found via social media, others because friends told them about it. Some people go to everything dealing with these issues. And there's clearly something happening since, I would say, Le Modèle Noir, but people just know. They're like connected to the fact that you have publicly advertised events, but also some stuff that are more confidential. And I do think that there is an evolution in the public, but it's also an active policy of some of these institutions that have both a number of blind spots on these questions and still a sort of will to diversifier le public. And one of the important informants on that were the security people from the museum who would tell us, oh yeah, we see more black people, or we see more non-white people coming to the museum, which is not the language that the Direction du Musée would use to say that they want to diversify their audience. And then on the last, on what we were looking for, the thing that we wanted initially was to see how people talk about race, racism, anti-racism. That's part of a wider project on a long history of anti-racism, like a long history of anti-racism. And we just wanted to see how people, in a place where that is explicitly dealing with race, what do people make of it? Does it come in the conversation or not? What we are finding is that people develop a number of narrative discourses on what we call everyday anti-racism. You know, think of Philomena said and everyday racism, and that they have, like I said, analyzes forms of scripts to respond to both things that they experience as persons who have experienced discriminations or racism, but we also have a number of discourses from people who are identified or that we identify as white, and who will talk about, you know, how basically everyone we interviewed would talk about themselves as anti-racist, and you know, and which is
racism was a given, and the reason why these sort of exhibitions have not happened in French institutions before. It's very revealing that this would be the first.
yeah, but some of the, you know, the women who just like cornered me told me also she was anti-racist, and like you have all. But what we're interested in is like, what do people who visit exhibitions, and we understand like the social selectivity of people who, even when they go for the first time, still go to a museum in the center of Paris. But what we wanted to do is like their ordinary takes on racism, anti-racism, race, beyond the way the public sphere is structured on these questions in France. And what do people mobilize to talk about this in terms of family history, trajectory, their job, their interactions, their lovers, and all of these things, their intimacy, because people do talk about that. Yeah, this, because when I traveled there, because my kid, because my niece, because my students, because this, because that, because obviously, I'm a black woman, obviously this is, je suis concernée, c'est quoi cette question? Like, all of these things happen, and we are interested in these ordinary takes. But then we see 1,000 other things. We'll never finish the book. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can't wait to continue the breakout room. Thank you again, Cécile and Audrey, and all of you for sticking with us.
So we can stretch.
Oh, yes.